Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
Would the clerk conduct a roll call?
Sure thing. Supervisor McGorty?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. Supervisor McGorty, would you lead us in the pledge?
Certainly. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, on to public expression. Clerk has let's go ahead with public expression.
First in the line, we have Dr. Andy Corin, followed by Carrie Shattuck, Michael Katz, and Frank Menando.
Here we go. Are you able to hear me now?
We can hear you.
Good. Thank you, Chair Williams, Supervisors, and CEO Angelo. COVID case numbers have dramatically increased over the past 3 weeks, reaching 141.5 cases per 100,000 per day in our county, which is almost 3 times our highest daily rates during this pandemic. These are PCR tests only, but we know that there are hundreds more positive rapid antigen tests at the schools and at home. The test positivity is up to 22.5%. Last week, hospitalizations accelerated with 20 in Mendocino hospitals today and no ICU beds available. Our hospital and skilled nursing facility capacities are also severely challenged by nursing shortages due to the outbreaks and attrition. Our healthcare facilities are following mitigation strategies, but nursing registries have few available people. A total of 113 Mendocino County residents now have passed away from COVID, and that number will increase over the next few weeks. Due to the surge, our contact investigation and contact tracing team has been personally contacting only the higher risk groups, such as the young and elderly and the congregate care facilities. Others receive an automated call. The county is currently sheltering 36 people who cannot isolate or quarantine on their own. We currently have 7 outbreaks in the county and several clusters under watch. During the pandemic, there have been only 45 exposure events and 3 outbreaks in our schools. Since the return from the holidays, there have been no outbreaks or in-school transmission documented, though absences of students and staff have mounted, understandably raising anxiety and questions about closing schools. We've seen hundreds of positive tests that are uncovered by the school's testing. This is community transmission and not from the schools. The schools are still proven to be the best and safest place to be and to keep them open. Vaccinations are the primary focus of our health department. Since January 10th, the average vaccination rate in Mendocino County is actually exceeding the California rate, though both are gradually declining. As of the 24th of January, Mendocino County gave a total of 146,242 vaccines, which amounts to 71% of those eligible are fully vaccinated. Those who are boosted amount to 31.5% of the total Mendocino population. According to state modelers, we should expect another 2 to 3 weeks before cases peak in hospitals, with hospitalizations and mortality actually lasting longer. Omicron can be fatal, especially in the vulnerable and the non-completely boosted. So my advice is to protect yourself and loved ones by avoiding higher risk activities, postpone travel, large parties and gatherings, test, and stay home if positive or sick. Upgrade masks and ventilation, and remember, vaccination, including boosters, are the best protection. Thank you, Sarah, for going over.
Next on the line is Carrie Shattuck.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning, board. It's Carrie Shattuck. As I've reached out to all of you regarding the verbiage in Dr. Corn's new order dated January 5th for clarification of other locations, I did get a response from Supervisor Williams. Thank you. I feel that Dr. Corn needs to revise the verbiage in this order to state the use of hotel clearly, if that is what other location actually means. Also, his explanation of no detention facility is established for this purpose is alarming and needing clarification as well. As I've stated before, these meetings are our Board of Supervisors need to be open to the public. There is a complete lack of transparency happening here. This board is completely disconnected from one another as well as from the public. There is no emergency. 113 deaths in almost 2 years from COVID. COVID is not an emergency. What are the suicide numbers for the last 2 years? The overdose numbers? Public health has continually left these out in order to push this emergency, yet everyone is still traveling to conferences and anywhere else one desires. Do you want to be known in history as a board that hid behind their cameras, keeping the public out since this is an emergency? The board chambers are locked. The public is locked out. Do you not see how ridiculous this is? Whatever you were hoping to gain from all of this, I am not sure. I see you all as cowards. You are elected to these seats to represent us. You cannot possibly think that we are being represented by being locked out. It's rude, frankly. Other counties get to see and interact with their boards. We do not. I don't in the least bit feel represented. You don't respond to phone calls or messages or even attempt a connection at these meetings. It's an election year, and yet here we are, locked out. Do you think this is going to help you get reelected? You're going to campaign and then go sit behind your screen for these meetings? I'm honestly still trying to figure this out. It makes zero sense. What are you all afraid of? Have a great day.
Hey, Carrie.
Yes.
So I personally, speaking as one supervisor, I do want to return to normalcy. And part of that is having chambers open. And I think the board in various ways has expressed wanting to get back to normal. I don't wish to have conflict with you or anyone else about this. We're in a difficult place figuring out how to actually pull it off safely and in compliance. Can you give us any insight? If we were to open, would you imagine, well, maybe would you personally commit to following distancing protocols and whatever is required for us to hold a public meeting in a safe manner?
Yes.
And do you know about Mendocino Patriots?
Yes.
And what can you explain it all? Are you willing to explain what they stand for?
Freedom of choice and representative government. You know, we're locked out. We're trying to get our meetings open.
One of the concerns is seeing a group go through unmasked through shopping stores. We can't have that through the Board of Supervisors chamber. These meetings are expensive. There's business that needs to be conducted. And so if there's a way for the board to work with the public to set up a dynamic where their civility rules are followed, we can stay safe. We have a much better chance at returning to somewhat normal. And so I can't, this is not an agendized item. I can't take it too far, but if you have thoughts about how to pull that off, maybe you could submit them in writing.
We go everywhere else. I mean, we can go to Home Depot or Walmart. Why can't we attend our board meetings?
Well, hopefully there's a safe way to do it, but what we can't have is people showing up unmasked, not following Dr. Corin's guidance.
I understand that, but it's not a law. They're not laws.
All right, well, I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Next on the line is Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm calling in this morning because unfortunately the agenda does not include any substantial conversation about the myriad of issues that are plaguing our local cannabis community. This board has indicated multiple times that there is no desire to have a standing committee because it's important that the entire board discuss these issues together. Yet here we are, second board of supervisors meeting in January with no substantial action or addressing of the many issues that are still plaguing us. We submitted to the board of supervisors, MCA and Hannah Nelson, a op-ed letter on the 12th of January raising several specific questions related to MCP. And unfortunately, those questions have yet to be answered by MCP or by the board. And so we are genuinely asking for your support in working with us to stabilize our endangered community. There is a crisis of mounting proportions, and inaction will only serve to increase that crisis and to drastically change the makeup of our community by watching small businesses fail and people have to lose their homes. It's already happening. I'm sure you've seen the articles about the terrible position that small operators are in, both locally and through the state. And so we really have a lot of work to do to dig in and figure out how to resolve these issues. And it's unfortunate that we are not seeing that level of attention. And so we sincerely request that the county address this immediately in whatever way possible and engage stakeholders such as MCA in the process of evaluating the procedures that are currently in place and improving them and working to support this community. There are a couple of things that are essential right now. Specifically, we are looking to see movement on the fallowing proposal that Hannah Nelson had provided. We are looking for clear timelines on the portal process, and we are looking for a clear process to be put in place for appeals for those folks who are potentially wrongfully denied during this process due to the lack of clear guidelines and standards that have been provided. So, time is running out. There's a need for drastic and immediate action, and we sincerely request that this board take up the plight of our local cannabis community and work to resolve these issues with the stakeholder community and the cannabis program. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Next on the line is Frank Menando. Frank is no longer on the line. That concludes public comment.
Clerk, have any changes been made to the agenda since original publication?
I believe a few attachments, or one attachment was added to the CEO report. Aside from that, I don't believe so.
Thank you. Noted. Agenda item 3, consent calendar. Was proper notice established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Would any supervisors like to poll items for comment or separate consideration? Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I just wanted to comment about what Michael Katz said. And I think that if he holds on and listens to the supervisor reports, that Supervisor McGordy and I are going to make a recommendation for the ad hoc to, from the ad hoc, to bring forth a special meeting of the board to consider some of the policy issues that need to be addressed as far as cannabis.
Any other items for comment or separate consideration? Is there any public comment?
There is public comment. First on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good morning, board. Yes, I was calling in. I was looking at an article yesterday with the problems that Flacana is having and how they're looking at refinancing and so forth, and seeing that these options are not available for the small farmer. And as Michael Katz said, I won't take a lot of your time, but I would love to have an agendized item, and I will look forward to hearing the report and submitting a new statement to make comments based on what Supervisor Haschek said. But the fallowing is really an important issue, because at the time when that came up and Supervisor Jurdy was the only one that was there, it was mainly to get time to get your property together, or if you needed a family issue, a pregnancy or something like that. We had no idea that the price would collapse and farmers actually might have to take a year or two off for the market to recover. So I hope that we can get an agendized item and I can get Supervisor or Chair Williams a clear red line on how to address that fallow. It seems like Hannah Nelson has submitted a really good proposal on that.
Hey, Ron.
Yes.
Hey, Ron, which consent item are you commenting on?
I had I just looked at my telecomments and it was public expression. So I'm not sure if it was just called later or what is going on with that.
Well, yeah, we're on consent calendar. I'll let you continue, but your comments may be better aligned with the supervisor's reports later.
Yeah, I plan to submit a new comment, so I will let the meeting continue and discuss this at an appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Can I invite a motion for approval?
Move approval of the consent calendar. Mulhern.
Second, McGordy.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
Chair Williams.
Yes.
And Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're moving on to item 4A, discussion and possible action, including presentation by Assembly Member Wood.
We are currently in the process of pulling folks in. I believe at this time we don't have Assemblymember Wood on the line quite yet.
We want to wait a moment or go to 4B first.
Okay, we will go to 4B first.
Okay. 4B is discussion possible action, including introduction and waive reading of an ordinance delegating authority to invest or reinvest the funds of the county and its other depositors in the county treasury to the treasurer for calendar year 2022, and the sponsor is the treasurer tax collector.
Good morning, board. Chair Williams, members of the board, Sherry Schettmeyer, treasurer tax collector. As a direct result of the Orange County bankruptcy and subsequent or investment issues and subsequent bankruptcy, it is mandated that the Board of Supervisors annually delegate the authority to invest and reinvest the funds of the county. So I am before you today recommending that you adopt the ordinance in your packet that delegates this authority to the county treasurer for the 2022 calendar year. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Not seeing any hands up. Do we have public comment?
There's no public comment on this item.
Is there a motion?
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jardy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Chair Williams, this is CO Angelo. We are waiting for Assemblymember Wood. We anticipate that he should be on at any time. We most likely could start another agenda item and then break in when he gets here, or we certainly could wait a few minutes. But we anticipated that he would be with us at approximately 9:15. So I assume he should be with us any minute now.
Do we have a CEO report today?
Yeah, I can start on the CEO report, and then if he joins us, I'll stop. So thank you. Okay, so the attachment that was made to the CEO report that was added this morning was the Ukiah Animal Shelter hours of operation changes for Saturday. So due to some of the activities and staffing at the shelter, there have been a change to hours. And those hours are Tuesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And the facility would be closed at lunch from 1 to 1:30. And then Sunday and Monday, the animal shelter is closed to the public. So again, I want to be sure that this board is aware that the changes are that the Saturday hours, that the shelter would be open to the public 9:30 to 5, and then Tuesday through Friday, open to the public 9:30 to 3, from 9:30 to 3 on Saturday. So it's a little confusing, honestly, with what they're doing with their hours. I'm sure it's very understandable to them, but basically the message here is that due to certain circumstances at the shelter, they are changing their hours. If you'd like more clarification, I could certainly have either Deputy CEO Judy Morris come on and explain this, or Rich Molinari. But this is the direction that they need to go in. So before we go any further, are there any questions on this? Because I will have Deputy CEO Morris come and explain these hours to you.
Sure.
Supervisor Gordy.
Yeah, sure. I'm curious if this is COVID related. I was in a store yesterday shopping late in the day, and where they normally would have a staff of 12, there was a staff of 4, and there were a lot of people who were ill or otherwise not available. And I just wondered if this is COVID related.
Chair Williams, for Supervisor McGordy, I do have Deputy CEO Judy Morris on. She has been working with Mr. Molinari and the shelter. So I would ask Judy to respond to that question if that's okay, and then also to clarify these hours. Thank you. Judy?
Thank you, CEO Angelo. Good morning, Chair and board members. Yeah, just a quick clarification. It's not COVID related on these change of hours. They're just adjusting them. Really, they've been watching the traffic flow from the public. So they've really, there's not any less hours that they're open. They're just switching them slightly. So if you noticed, currently they open at 10. They have now are going to open at 9:30, adjusting those hours to for Saturday, slightly earlier closure on Saturday. So currently they've been Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 5. Now it's going to be Tuesday through Saturday, 9:30 to 3. So it's really the differences on Saturday where they saw a lot of the traffic coming into the shelter really drop off. So they were trying to accommodate that traffic drop off on Saturdays. The amount of hours staff is there is the same. It's just a little bit of adjustment as they've paid attention to how traffic comes in from the public. Any other questions?
Deputy CEO Morris, I have a question. This is referring to the Ukiah shelter. Do you know if there are any changes in hours or any reduction in hours for the coast shelter?
There are not. This is just, as you pointed out, just for Ukiah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chair Williams, shall I continue with the CO report? I don't see any other questions.
Please.
Okay, great. And then I would ask our clerk if you see Assembly Member Wood join us at any time, that we will go ahead and have him speak. I don't see him yet. Okay, so in the CO report, the first item is regarding Health and Human Services. And I wanted to just clarify and review this, not so much for the board, but for members of the public and for staff. There certainly has been a lot of information spiraling around, and some information is correct and some information is not correct. And so I wanted to be real clear that the board did take action on the agency. You just didn't complete the action because it is my understanding that there is a desire to have the strategic plan in front of you as a board before you make any major decisions. But we know that when Tammy Moss Chandler left, instead of just hiring a Health and Human Services director, that we went ahead and talked with the Health Services Advisory Board and moved to a review. And the reason for that review is that the agency has been in existence since 2005, 2006, 2007, right in through there, and that there has never been a review. And I can tell you that the best practice is that you would review a consolidation like that, if not every 5 years, every 10 years. So we decided instead of just hiring a director and hiring a chief operations officer, that we would take the time and go ahead and do a review of the agency. The other piece of that is that when the agency consolidated, and I could speak to this back in 2007, when the agency consolidated, which was 2006, when I came on in 2007 as the agency director, there were 2 interim directors at the time, and that was Anna Mahoney and Carol Mordhorst. And the reason there were 2, of course, is that the consolidation of all these services, and Ms. Mordhorst, of course, was over public health, had a good understanding of public health and what it would take to consolidate. And Ms. Mahoney had a clear understanding of social services. So they worked together, and then I was hired. But when I started, I had a leadership team of somewhere between 7 and 10 high-level managers. So when the Board of Supervisors at the time developed the agency, they did not eliminate positions. They basically took directors and made them directors and assistant directors. No one lost their job at that time. No positions were eliminated in administration or in the leadership of the agency. Through the course of many years, most of those administrators retired. And so there has been multiple changes within the agency. But there has always been an administrator or a director or assistant director over social services and over behavioral health and over public health. So I would like to continue and just give this board a little more explanation and talk about, what we're doing right now. However, my understanding is Assemblymember Wood has joined us. So if it's okay with this board, I would like to stop and have the chair invite Assemblymember Wood in, and then when he's done, and I think either before or after our morning break, I would like to continue with the CO report. Is that okay, Chair Williams?
Yeah, agreed.
All right.
Okay, we're on item 4A, presentation from Assemblymember Wood.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today. Sorry, the screen looked a little different when I was logging on here. So in Zoom world here, it's always interesting. So good morning. So I'm sorry I'm not wearing a tie. I was wearing a tie yesterday, but that was yesterday. So anyway, good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'd like to keep my comments fairly brief, but so I'd like to be able to have a dialogue with you about issues of your concern, and not just hearing from me. But thank you for the opportunity to give you kind of an update on what happened last year and where we're expecting to go this year. COVID, of course, remains a major challenge. Every public health department in the state, every public health officer in the state has had their hands full. Like Dr. Corin, who has been really stepping up to the plate ever since the beginning of 2020. Wildfires continue to be a challenge and have already devastated many communities last year. We got some early relief from rains in October, but I don't know if you've noticed that January is pretty dry. We've been here before. We've seen this pattern before, and my hope is that we actually get some rains in February and March that will hopefully help us and replenish our much needed water supply. We'll notice that we've had a very, very unusual situation with a wildfire on the Monterey coast near Big Sur, which you just don't see fires in January. So I think it's just proving that wildfire season is going to be a year-round thing for a while. So broadband access is something that we've been working on, remains a problem. I know that Supervisor Williams was on a call last week regarding the Middle Mile Advisory Committee, an update on the project that's being done at the state level. There's a $7 billion investment in this year's budget to develop an open access middle mile program throughout the state and help us with last mile deployment to underserved and unserved communities. So we're working on that. There are 4 members of the legislature on that advisory committee. Myself and Senator McGuire, both representing essentially a big part, well, both representing Mendocino County, are 2 of the 4 members of the legislature on this advisory committee. So you can be assured that we're doing everything we can to help the communities that we represent, and by extension, the rest of the state. Homelessness, housing, substance abuse, mental illness continue to plague us. It's one of the, if you ask, I think pretty much any community in the state, it's in their top 1 or 2 problems, which is pretty shocking. And we see it around us, all around us, everywhere we go in the state. It's not only the personal tragedy. I know it places a significant burden on our cities and counties. 2023 state budget revenues this year expected to be good. Once again, looking at a surplus. The indications, like last year, will be that expenditures from this surplus are likely to be more one-time expenditures rather than ongoing expenditures. So the expansion or the creation of new programs isn't going to be as likely because we really don't know how long this run of good luck is going to have. If the stock market continues the way it has the last few days, 2022 could be a pretty rough year, which means that our 23-24 budget would be potentially problematic. Federal infrastructure dollars continue to help us improve our transportation issues, and also there is some funding there to help with broadband as well. There's a program funding $1 billion for mortgage relief. It looks like enough for about 40,000 homeowners who have been financially affected by the pandemic. I understand the application process has had some challenges, according to my district staff. We're looking into that. I think 40,000 homeowners those 40,000 will be greatly appreciative, but I think that this may fall short of what we really ultimately need significantly. With any of the federal or state funds, we'll continue to fight for rural areas to get just our fair share, which is always the battle. This last year, we had significant legislative successes, but COVID and the resulting protocols in our capital affected the legislative process. So our leadership on both sides, Assembly and Senate, had us pare down the number of bills that we were working on, scaled back a number of them. So ultimately, we had 8 bills on the governor's desk. One of them was vetoed. I'm reconsidering some of the ones that we weren't able to move last year, and we'll see if we were able to move those forward. So some of the ones that were signed into law, which I believe are the most significant work we've done on these issues. AB 9 creates a new branch within the Office of the State Fire Marshal, and will focus exclusively on community fire prevention, preparedness, and mitigation efforts of CAL FIRE. It's a significant shift in how we battle our wildfire crisis. It creates a new entity within CAL FIRE. It took quite a bit of effort in working with stakeholders to trust that we could move in this direction. It'll move 8 existing programs and duties currently spread throughout CAL FIRE into this new branch. Additionally, the bill requires that all program staff and leadership dedicated to these programs will be the lowest priority workforce to respond to wildfire suppression. For so many years, a lot of the prevention work came to a screeching halt when fires started because the same folks were working on those projects now were put out to take care of fires. And so this is our effort to try to turn that back and be sure that if we're doing wildfire prevention efforts, those are year-round efforts as much as humanly possible. And we'll see how that goes. And fortunately, we have the benefit of some time to monitor this. And if it's not working well, we can come back and try to tweak it again. AB 41 specifically addressed the need for broadband and was my contribution to the broadband discussion this year, and follow-up legislation to work that we did to increase middle mile deployment by reinforcing Caltrans Dig Once policy. We wanted this done. We thought we had a deal. We thought we had a deal. They didn't think we had a deal, and so we had to go back and told them that they needed to do this, which is really unfortunate to have to reinforce something that is actually good bang for your buck. If you are doing major infrastructure development of highways in the state, these are old numbers, but the relative difference hasn't changed. It's about $15 a foot to put conduit in the ground in anticipation of future broadband project going through there. If you have to go back and dig it up and put it in later, it's about $200 a foot. And so this has been an ongoing frustration and challenge, but we actually have it in policy, in statute now, and we hope and we're going to monitor that Caltrans actually does this work to the benefit of all of us so that we don't waste resources unnecessarily. I co-authored and supported 3 other bills to improve access through the California Advanced Services Fund. And then obviously, as I said, Senator McGuire and I both were on the Middle Mile Advisory Committee. AB 817 was a bill we did, authorized the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife to transition from the calendar based license to one that is valid for 365 days a year, sort of like your driver's license or your Costco membership or AAA. but it also authorizes the department to create an option so that you can just display your license on your phone like they do in other states. So this should be available beginning next year. Redwood Forests, so that they can become old growth forests, the old growth forests of the future, excuse me. And I hope that this $15 million in state funding will help them further this goal. I continued successful efforts to maintain the $250 million for each year for wildfire prevention funding efforts. Actually went up from 200 million to 250. So I'm very, very grateful for that. And then AB 1311 was a change for recycling centers. It came about because there were no recycling certified centers in Humboldt County, Trinity County, Sierra or Alpine counties. The original California Beverage Container Recycling and Litter Reduction Act has never provided flexibility to communities struggling to make CRV redemption centers viable, and it's particularly problematic in rural communities. So the law now allows certified recycling centers to operate on alternative schedules, less than the currently required 30 hours a week, and to operate by appointment, and authorizes the use of reverse vending machines and bag drop recycling centers. Still a lot of work to make the CRV program work, and I know of at least a couple of my colleagues have been working on some of these comprehensive changes, but this was a local effort to try to give some relief and give local, especially smaller, more rural jurisdictions, more tools, quite frankly, in the toolbox. So this fall, I chaired several Assembly Health informational hearings on critical issues, including my continuing commitment to ensuring that residents in nursing homes have quality care, looking at ways to improve the Medi-Cal system through the transformation called CalAIM, and addressing mental health challenges, including a deep dive into the Lanterman-Petrus system. It sounds like from the governor's press conference on his budget proposal and his mention of conservatorship, there may be a discussion about whether it's time to make some changes to better serve individuals and their families. In my visits throughout the district, limited as they have been because of COVID, I was on the ground with first responders on CAL FIRE at the wildfires, have spent some time with both CAL FIRE and tribes to better understand how we can benefit from prescribed burns and other wildfire prevention activities. In 2022, we are going to continue working on AB 1130 to create the Office of Healthcare Affordability. Over the years, many of my efforts to contain healthcare costs have been signed into the law, resulting in lawsuits. And those are the process again, slowed by the pandemic. So far, my legislation, we have been sued multiple times on by people who don't like some of the changes we're trying to do. We've prevailed so far in every lawsuit that has been filed against our work, and hope that we will continue to prevail in the courts. This work is to contain healthcare costs. The work to contain healthcare costs must continue, and I believe that the Office of Healthcare Affordability is critical to that process. We need to have a system that tracks healthcare costs and can help us understand how those costs affect patient outcomes. I worked with the governor's administration the last 2 years, and this is our third year together on this project. We've experienced significant pushback from stakeholders in the for-profit healthcare arena, but I'm not giving up. Too many of the people we represent need this relief, and we're going to fight to do everything we can to get it done. Issues I'm looking at continuing through the year, more follow-up legislation on nursing home licensure and reform, issues related to the hearing we had on mental health issues. I'm going to currently co-author a bill with our chair of our Judiciary Committee. There are a few cannabis issues, including environmental cleanup, water conservation through the permitting of ponds, and direct sales, for example, at farmers markets. The latter has been tried before unsuccessfully, but we will try it again and hopefully prevail. I just want to thank you again for the opportunity to join you this morning. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to engage with you on a discussion.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Well, good morning, Assembly Member Wood. Thank you for that presentation. My first question is about AB 9. You know, And thank you for pushing that, because I think that we do need to focus on prevention, and forest health. And like you said, we can't firefight our way out of this wildfire crisis. And so my question is, we've been working well with Chief Gonzalez from CAL FIRE and doing projects around here. But going forward, what do we do about, projects that we envision for greater forest health, community safety, all those kind of projects that we want to see done in our county?
Well, as we transition, and there's always you do the bill and then you've got the regulatory part of things that take a while to shift everything. So for the time being, locally, certainly this calendar year, working in the way you always have through Chief Gonzalez is really the way to go. Ultimately, a lot of this will transfer, a lot of these duties and responsibilities will transfer to the Office of the State Fire Marshal, but it's going to take a little time for that to happen. And so I would expect that, at least this year, to begin down the road that you have always in the past. And if the shift's going to happen, it'll be more internal and less of a problem for you locally. One of the nice things about AB 9 that I think is really important is that Mendocino County, like several, I think there are a total of 9 counties, are part of the North Coast Resource Partnership, and they already work together really well on projects. Also working with interact with the federal government and also our tribal communities. And so the fact that we've got a mechanism in place that's proven successful, this AB 9, I believe, gives additional tools and resources to groups like the North Coast Resource Partnership to be able to expedite projects faster.
Okay, thank you. Another question is about the cannabis issues that you talked about, and direct sales certainly is key. Also, restructuring whatever you can do in restructuring the tax that is currently hammering small growers in our state, right? Because of the market drop, and also, the illegal part too is we've gotten some support, the 600,000 in additional funds for enforcement about the egregious grows, but that's probably not enough to deal with the situation we're dealing with. So any help you could provide in that would be appreciated.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know that Senator McGuire's introducing a bill that looks at some tax reform. I believe the governor's office is interested in further discussions around tax reform. Some of the taxes are actually in statute because of Prop 64. So changes to that becomes a little bit more of a problematic, requiring 2/3 of the legislature to vote on both houses to do some of that. But these tax levels, certainly at the ones that a lot of folks are concerned about, are in statute because of Prop 64. So that is not necessarily an easy thing to overcome in the legislature, but I think there is a will and a recognition that it needs to be done, and that people are willing to engage on that. And so we'll be partnering with Senator McGuire on these issues, and I know that we have a whole community of people in all the counties that I represent that have a strong interest in this as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor McGuarty.
Good morning, Assemblyman Wood. You're dressed appropriately for your backdrop. But I wanted to make a couple comments. First of all, is on the mental health legislation. I'm very interested in that, particularly on conservatorships and their, anything that associated with that. I would appreciate communicating and knowing about, because I think Mendocino County is trying very, very hard to address mental health issues. We really have a great effort going on with our Measure B committees, and we'll, in fact, in this meeting, we'll be talking about preliminary designs for a PUF unit here in Ukiah, which is pretty exciting that we'll be able to help people locally. The other thing I'm very concerned about, and we've talked about this, but I want the rest of the board to know, we really have to quickly address bypass flows from the Eel River into Lake Mendocino, because we're getting back into a really critical situation again. The last year when the governor came, there wasn't water to transfer. And he said that. He said, I came here to declare the drought emergency because in our watershed, we really have no options. There's no water, period. There's nothing we can do to really mitigate the situation you're in. This year, Lake Pillsbury is full, but because PG&E is having issues with their generating equipment, they can only allow 45 cubic feet per second. If they were generating electricity, there would be a flow of about 270 cubic feet per second. Time is passing quickly, and we're going to miss an opportunity to put more water into Lake Mendocino. It would really be great also if it, rather than water curtailments from the State Water Resources Control Board, we could put together voluntary conservation agreements with the growers, because last year a lot of growers picked nothing, and a lot of other communities were really restricted on water. And rather than curtail everyone's water rights, leaving just a pool of water for Sonoma County Water Agency and the Russian River Flood Control District, it'd be nice to have a little more equitable sharing and recognition of our historic water rights. So those are kind of the major things that I hope you'll work with us on quickly in the coming year. It really needs attention. And I realize it's complicated because the federal government actually kind of is in charge of the flow between the Eel River and the Russian River. But I think still having a conversation backed up by our legislators will really help. Last thing is addressing PG&E's lovely hack and stack policy of cleaning underneath power lines. They seem to be completely unresponsive, although Supervisor Williams did do a good job of keeping them from cutting down some old growth trees in one of our parks. So if you have any update or ideas on that, please share them with us.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you. You threw a lot at me, and so obviously related to Lake Pillsbury and the diversions. I mean, we're in conversations with Congressman Huffman and Senator McGuire on this. I think just in general, working with the state water board in general, things take a long time. It took a long time to come across with regulations, and they've got all sorts of hearing processes and they go through. So as far as looking for short-term relief from the water board, probably we might be looking for short-term relief 2 or 3 years from now. So we need to start thinking about, okay, what do we need to do for the future? There will be other droughts, and I'm not saying don't push as hard as you can, but recognize that it is things are slow at the water board. And and I'm not trying to throw them under the bus. They're because I'm really not. There are just a lot of steps they have to go through legally to allow for some of the things that we think should be happening on a fairly quick basis. And so that is somewhat challenging. And then I'm sorry, I lost the very last piece you talked about. I'm sorry.
It was hack and stack.
Yeah. We became aware of that, fairly recently, and there's been quite a bit of conversation about that. Remember, it is PG&E responsible ultimately, but it is private contractors that they're using, and that's a challenge. Just in general, with as much vegetation management as being done, they're running out of space for what we do with the biomass, and so I've been an advocate for more, not necessarily as a cost-effective energy source, but at least a byproduct of that of responsible use of good biomass technology to at least provide something to get some of that waste out of the forests and from creating additional hazards. And so ongoing comments and ongoing work here. But thank you for bringing that all to the forefront.
Supervisor Jordan.
Thank you, Assemblymember Wood, once again for visiting with us and recent conversations we've had. And as you know, one of the issues that a personal interest of mine is trying to see more workforce housing created. And I just want to thank you and the state for your leadership in providing drought grant, water resource grants, and not only sort of the dramatic water to the coast last fall, but also more importantly, really in a lot of ways, nearly $9 million to the city of Fort Bragg for shoring up its water system, and storage system. So those types of investments are part of what needs to be done in order to allow for more workforce housing to be developed. So I just wanted to thank you for that, among many other things.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. I have too many for the time we have. So I'm going to give you some, but the real question is, in the context of I see you fighting for Mendocino County every day, you have my sincere gratitude. And I know you don't always have the legislative votes that are needed to make the changes that we're after, but we see you step up and try. I don't see my state providing equity. I see in a lot of cases we get our fair share of dollars per capita, but that doesn't translate into parity of services or infrastructure. And this is the real core issue. Ignorance was bliss for me. I came in not understanding just how crippled we were. And some examples: broadband, the historic investment. I'm so excited to see it. First time in our lifetime we've seen this much money. And yet we recognize what's coming to Mendocino will not be enough to pull off the goals. We have a hospital that doesn't meet seismic code. I actually believe seismic code makes sense. You want that building to be the last standing. If there's an earthquake, that's where you're going to treat people. I don't think our community can pay to build a new hospital or retrofit it. We can't tax ourselves enough. Water throughout the county, whether you look inland or on the coast. I'm in the town of Mendocino today, and this town doesn't have a water system. We're on private wells, and we're not even talking about water quality yet, just quantity. Skilled nursing facility, we have one on the coast. I don't know that it's safe. I think it'll probably close. Roads, we have a survey that shows we need 700 million over a 10-year period. We spend 5.8 per year. No matter what we do, if we put all our excess budget towards it, we can't come close. I imagine some of those roads will revert to gravel, whether we're grinding them up or just letting nature take its way. Cartel, the state's cannabis program, it's not our cannabis program. This is Prop 64. This is the state's program. All we do is permit people to get licensed. And the regulation is like asking this county to build a submarine. And I've got Supervisor Jurdy out there with his protractor trying to lead the team. We can't do it, is the bottom line. And it really gets me that the environmental destruction and violent crime related to cartel activity, we can't ask our sheriff to send 2 or 3 deputies out there to deal with a cartel. We need the state to step up and treat this as a state crisis. And then last, housing. We spend a lot of time talking about housing. Can we do tiny homes on wheels? Can we subsidize housing enough? The real issue I see is wages today in our county can't facilitate the modern cost of building. One variable that government controls is building code. We've made it so expensive to build that now our workforce can't afford modest housing. Where do we go with this? I don't expect you to get into each topic, but where do we go with the equity issue that it costs more to provide services in a rural county like Mendocino? And if the state gives us an equal share per capita, our people will suffer.
Well, first of all, thank you. You've hit on things that I've struggled with, and now I'm my 8th year in the legislature, and continue to bang away at a lot of these issues. But you're right. The number one issue there is around equity. And for years, I think there's always been the assumption, oh, you live in a rural area, the cost of living is lower. It's not. It's not for a lot of reasons. And so I believe people are actually beginning to see that. And either that or getting really tired of me banging this drum. Senator McGuire and I do this all the time. Just like it is crazy. For so many things that come from the state, we weren't even getting our per capita share of revenue in things that go back a ways. We're now at least getting closer to that. But in our smaller communities, what I'm always very frustrated about is that when it comes to certain grants and processes here that the state puts in place, we have to go through, as a smaller county, we have to go through a state entity to get access to federal funds that may be coming for some of this relief, whereas larger jurisdictions get the resources directly. So it means it takes longer for us to get what we need, and because the state is helping to administer this, they take a cut out of it, so ultimately we get less, and that's extremely frustrating. I wish there were, the biggest problem I have here is that I'm outnumbered. I represent 5 counties, and I love every inch of the district that I represent. But I have colleagues, 27 of my colleagues represent part of Los Angeles. And so it's like, one against, I feel it really is David and Goliath, it feels like, and the Goliath being the masses that represent the large urban areas. So we keep looking for ways to create the equity, trying to get more in the things around technical support and other issues. We could talk for hours about each one of the issues you talked about, and they're all really, really important, and they're all on our list of things that we work on every single day. But be assured that we're doing the very best we can, and are pushing back. And some of these are water, some of the issues around cannabis, our electric grid, broadband. All of these things are so critical to our communities, and we just have to keep being as loud as we can, and hopefully be able to make things better. So
Supervisor Jordy.
I just would like to point out one recent reform by the state of California that's bringing some equity, I think, in my view, to rural California is just the fact that many state agencies are now openly recruiting people to work for them from their home. And that's opening up jobs in Mendocino County and other places where people are now working for the state here, living in Mendocino County. And maybe I'm looking at the glass half full here, but I do think that that's actually in the long run possibly going to lead to policy changes and just program changes at the program level, because you have people living locally, throughout California, and not just in Sacramento and the Bay Area and LA, working for the state who are designing and implementing these programs. So I do want to thank the state for opening up those state jobs to people to work from home, because again, I do think it's going to better reflect the people of California's wishes for state programs.
if we just make sure they've got really good broadband access, it'll even be better.
Not seeing any more questions. Assembly member, do you have any closing comments?
Just thank you. I know how hard you all work, and I appreciate everything that you do for Mendocino County, especially the last couple of years. Now we're coming up on almost 2 years of dealing with COVID. It's an everyday battle. Our jobs are very different. We're used to being out in the community and in direct contact with people more, and this has been really difficult. So I just want to thank you for the work you're doing, and I know I'll get another chance. I know at some point to thank Carmel for her work as well as we in the future here. But thank you so much.
Thanks for the time, and we look forward to continue working with you.
Oh,
Clerk, the next item 4C is estimated to be about an hour. Do we want to go to a break first?
I just want to clarify that we did not have any public comment on item 4A. And we could potentially return to the CEO report.
Yeah, let's do that, and then we'll break.
Chair Williams. Okay, to continue with the CEO report, thank you. So not to spend too much time on this, but I did want to clarify with Health and Human Services. So again, the decision was made along with the assistance of the Health Services Advisory Board to move forward with the review of the agency, which they did. And as you recall, when they completed their review, and not to negate the fact that we did bring in a consultant, Kitchen Table Consulting, they did a review as well. The review that they did, if you've had an opportunity to see it, is really a good blueprint to improve agency services, whether it's Health and Human Services Agency or 3 separate departments. So that is certainly a document that the directors have and utilize as well. So the recommendation came to the board regarding dividing the agency into 3 separate departments. The decisions that the board made at that time was that social services would be a standalone department. And obviously social services is the largest department, different from public health and behavioral health, and that was a decision that the board made. The second decision was regarding behavioral health with Dr. Janine Miller, that she would be the director over behavioral health as she has been, and including substance use. So those were the decisions that were made. Again, the recommendation came from the Health Services Advisory Board that the agency would be 3 separate departments. The board decided, yes, social services, and we could go back and for anyone who has any question about this, it's all on tape. So social services being a standalone, but that there was not a decision because it is a tough decision. And I'm certain you want the best decision made for the services and the public, whether behavioral health and public health should be 1 department or should be 2. In the meantime, there was an agreement with Dr. Janine Miller that she would be running behavioral health and SUDT. So again, what I remember and what's on tape is that this board is looking toward the strategic plan to make any further decisions. So yes, social services is a standalone department. That means that Ms. Emery is attempting to not only operate that department, but to bring it to a level where she can provide the best service possible with the resources she has, and also to evaluate those resources. Certainly, Dr. Miller has been doing that, and what we know about behavioral health and Dr. Miller is that the Measure B dollars have been very advantageous, as Chair Williams had said earlier, and that there are more services that are happening, and Dr. Miller is really busy with all of the developments around Measure B. And then when it came to public health, we know over the course of the last decade that public health is a smaller department today than it was. This is not unusual for public health. This is a national issue and obviously a national crisis that we've identified through COVID. So where we are with public health is that I asked Ann Mulgard to work with the public health department and their team and to evaluate them for additional resources, for positions, and basically Ms. Mulgard became the public health transition director. So this year, as we've gone through the separation of social services, changes in behavioral health, that Ann would stabilize public health. And there was never a thought that we would leave public health without a director. So I want to be real clear, whether it was 2007, 2017, or 2022, there always has to be a leader, an administrator, a director over these 3 service areas. They're large service areas. So today in closed session, we will be talking about appointment of a public health director. And again, that position does report to the CEO, but as everybody knows, I will be leaving. So I think it's a decision that's best made by the board, whether you hire at this point and who that person would be. So I just want to be clear that the strategic plan, I believe, is coming forward on February 1st. I know that at that point in time, the board will have a draft of the strategic plan, but there are multiple other steps that need to be taken before that strategic plan would be final and would be adopted at this board, with this board, because once it is, then that's the direction for your 1,200 employees, is with that strategic plan. So my understanding is that once you have the strategic plan, that the ad hoc will be working with the county team to look at the finances around that plan, what the costs are for the activities that are being recommended in that plan, and what the staff resources are. So there are steps that need to be taken over the next few months, I'm sure, before this board will make any major decisions. But regarding health and human services, yes, social services is its own department. It's under Becky Emery. Behavioral health is under Dr. Janine Miller. And public health right now is under Ann Mulgard. And that's really not much that's new there. So no agency, you have your directors, whether it was an agency or not, you always have those directors that are running those departments. So again, I apologize I spent a lot of time on that, but there certainly have been a lot of questions, and I wanted to be real clear with that. So unless there are any questions, I'd like to move on. Oh, I
Not
see
seeing
one.
any. Oh,
Yeah.
Supervisor McGordy.
Just real quickly, Carmel, from your perspective, how is this present arrangement working out?
Well, thank you for that question. I think that, Becky Emery, Dr. Miller, and Ann Mulgard are 3 very competent directors and leaders. And I think all 3 are doing everything they can to support their teams and their staff and to provide the best services. I personally think that uh, the agency reverting back to 3 separate departments is probably a model that works best within this county. So from my perspective, I think it's working well. And I gauge that by honestly how many complaints come into our department, how many grievances come in, families of clients that would call with complaints. And we get very few complaints. We get more with mental health, of course, than anywhere else, but that's not just behavioral health services. That's the jail and other places too. So I think it's actually working out well at this point in time. Thank you.
So I just a comment coming up from the strategic plan is that we are wanting to really talk about a continuum of care or a bundling of services, and that's going to be our challenge. Is how do you make sure that when people come in, if they have one issue, that we're not overlooking something else, and we don't really have time to go into that. We'll hear more about it in the strategic plan, but I think that'll be the challenge for Mendocino County working with those 3 departments, is to integrate them for individual clients.
Thank you. I think that integration is certainly a word that we've used over the last decade, but I also believe that the cultures in all 3 areas, service areas, are different. And I think that with the departments being under a director or with the departments being separate, that it's really based on how those cultures mingle and work together. And I think that with behavioral health, actually, I think with the 3 leaders there, I think that there is lots of opportunity for those departments to work together. Some of them are still co-located, and certainly they are dependent on each other for some of the basic administrative services. So I appreciate those comments, Supervisor McGorty, and yes, that will be a challenge of the board over the next few months. So Chair Williams, I'll go ahead and continue. I've taken enough time here, if that's okay.
Please.
Okay, so with behavioral health, January is mental health wellness month. And so I'm going to leave that there. And there is an attachment from behavioral health to the CEO report. The fiscal update, the December books have not been closed at the time of this reporting. And I want to say that, we lend, and I know this board as well, support to our auditor's office. They are short-staffed. They have a tremendous workload over there. And so in closing the books, that sometimes there are some blips in the road. So we are working with them, and certainly we want to assist the auditor's office in any way that we can. So we hope to be able to bring a report and update to this board with the next CEO report. And so we are working on mid-year, and the digital version of the 21-22 budget book is available at this time. I will say we used to put out paper copies of the budget book. At that time, years ago, it cost $60 to $65 per budget book. And now, of course, they're electronic, and we think that that is much more efficient. So the next item is on page 2, and it's the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan. Certainly, this is something that our team has been working on. We know that the Department of the Treasury released their final ruling on January 6th, and in the CO report, you can see what the use of the ARPA money is. Also, that 4.2, almost 4.3 million in funding has been obligated by this county, 1.2 million to support public health, and then 2.3 million to invest in water as well. So I also want to inform this board that there are times that we have emergency use and emergency expenditures. And we've just had an emergency expenditure. I want to make sure this board knows that now at this point, we're still under a declaration, and this is a COVID declaration. And due to some staffing issues in the jail, we have had to allocate up to $100,000 for jail services, for food services, and janitorial services. This was an emergency expenditure. We did not have time to bring this to the board. This is happening as we speak. So with an emergency expenditure, we go ahead and take care of the problem, and then we come to the board. So I'm letting this board know that we're in the process of an emergency expenditure. This is for the jail, for food services and janitorial services, and the actual contract for these services will be brought to the board hopefully next month. Are there any questions on that before I move forward?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. PG&E disaster settlement, I won't spend a lot of time on that. We know what the board did. There is a list here of PG&E disaster settlement funds that were allocated since August. I'd like to continue then on the next page, human resources update. I won't spend a lot of time on that. You can see the employee wellness program. It's been very successful. Some other programs, Supervisor Academy, Emerging Leaders Academy. Again, I want to commend the Human Resources Department for all the trainings. We didn't have these trainings 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So they've done a really good job of trying to provide more services for our employees. And certainly the leadership initiative, the high performance organization training will be happening again in March. And that's a very popular training for those of you that maybe have observed it or haven't. It's something to see. Health benefits update, this is on page 5. I won't spend a lot of time on that. But I will say that on September 28th, 2021, out of necessity, the Board of Supervisors approved a 12% increase to the employee-employer health plan premiums for calendar year 2022. I believe it is our next paycheck that employees, all of us, can expect to see the new premium amount, and that is an increase in the premium. Again, the vacancy list, you get that every...
Hang on a second. Supervisor McGorty has his hand up.
Yeah, it leads into what CEO Angelo was just about to talk about, and the leadership academy that's been or program inside of our organization, I think is really positive because we need to build internal capacity for especially our upper echelon ranks, and I firmly support it. I think it's a very, very good idea.
Okay, CEO, I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right, through the chair, thank you, Supervisor McGorty, much appreciated. Vacancy list, you have that, you get that every month, and the directives, you're getting the directives as well. And I would ask that if any board member has a question on the directives, that certainly staff could answer those questions, if not during the meeting, after the meeting. We understand the importance of those directives to this board. We also understand the patience of this board, because when you give a directive, it goes to a specific department, and that department may be working on something else that is of critical importance for the board and the community. So very much appreciated the patience with directives. Fleet and facilities, central services update, that's included. You have an ag update here on page 6, and then code enforcement, and they have their statistics. Again, if there's ever a desire when the board reviews the CEO report to have an actual verbal report from code enforcement, we could certainly get John Burks or someone here. But I really appreciate the fact that they put their statistics on the CEO report once a month. Cultural Services Agency is also included. There's a couple pages there. I'm not going to go through that. And then, let me see, make sure I don't miss anything. Sonoma Clean Power. Maybe at this point, Supervisor Jurdy, would you like to make any comments regarding the report from Sonoma Clean Power?
Thank you. Just briefly, I've included the annual report. It's a quick snapshot from Sonoma Clean Power, their programs and changes, including it's a relative new agency, and so it's for the first time been rated by S&P 500, and it was given an A rating for credit worthiness.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then page 10, of course, is animal care, their update, and then social services also provided an update. We have the upcoming board meetings in February. Right now, we have 2 regular meetings scheduled, and then we have February 24th and 25th, which are the special meetings where a special closed session with the Board of Supervisors, the CEO, and department heads, and Human Resources. And Human Resources is working on the information for these performance evaluations, also working with the department heads, and they will have a packet for the board for the 24th and 25th. I would also like to say that Supervisor McGorty talked somewhat about water and certainly the water diversion. We had intended on having the Potter Valley Project, IWPC, actually do a presentation to this board in the month of January. Given some of the outstanding issues that IWPC has with the Potter Valley Project right now, it was determined that if we waited until mid-February, that there would be more information to share with this board. So at this point in time, we don't have anything planned right now. We are looking at after February 8th and before the end of February. So we would actually be looking at the possibility of a special closed session that would be a 2-hour closed session, possibly on February 15th. Again, we have not brought anything forward yet. We are still waiting to see if this is something that's necessary. But it's quite possible that the clerk will be polling the board for a special closed session on February 15th. And before I move on from this, Chair Williams, if I could ask, I don't know if Supervisor McGorty has any thoughts or any comments he'd like to make on this.
I think it's really important for the board to be updated on the water situation because it's critical to the well-being of our economy and living in the interior part of Mendocino County. There's a few procedural things that we have to do to be sure that we are compliant with the Brown Act due to the nature of the Mendo Inland Water Power Commission, and we've got to get those squared away, and that's kind of what we're waiting on as well.
Thank you. So with that, Chair Williams, I think that is the end of my report, unless there are any additional questions or public comment. Thank you.
Are there any public comments on the CEO report?
No, there are none.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Let's see. I think that the ARPA money that, part of the deal with ARPA was that there was supposed to be community input. So I would like to see really an effort on the board's part to get community input on how to use the rest of the money that we have out of that 16 million. I think that there should be an update on the consolidation. There's certainly concern in the community about the treasurer, tax collector, and the auditor's office combining. So I would like to see, a report on that if there's anything to report about how that's going. And lastly, I know that you're not in charge of the cannabis program, the board is, but I don't see any report from the cannabis program. And there's certainly lots of concern and angst out there, especially dealing with the equity program, the portal. There's a myriad of issues that we're dealing with. And to not have a report is not communicating with the public like we should. Thank you.
So I'm sure staff will take those advisements and bring back associated items. Can we refer the cannabis concern to the cannabis ad hoc? We have an ad hoc that's covering the cannabis portal. Can you bring the board back your recommended changes or action?
Well, I think that we're asking for a special meeting to do that.
Okay, and you will have your recommended changes?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to public comment?
Yes. On the line, we have Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I just want to echo Supervisor Haschek's comments. We have been told as a community that the CEO report would be the primary repository for information about the cannabis program. And unfortunately, as Supervisor Hashtag mentioned, we do not see any cannabis reports in here. While the Cannabis Ad Hoc is responsible for the portal and the equity program and evaluating the efforts of those items, there are still many items that are related to the cannabis program that do not fall under those two headlines. And without transparent, regular communication from the cannabis program directly, these reports are one of the few arenas in which we understand what is happening within that program. And so it's really important from a public information perspective to ensure that information is provided in these reports if they are in fact to be the only mechanism through which information is provided. So I encourage the board and the CEO's office to work diligently with the MCP to ensure that the CEO's report does in fact include updates, and encourage the MCP to provide information to the cannabis community outside of the CEO report mechanism, since there's a lot going on. And if this is only going to be happening once a month, and sometimes it's not going to include cannabis, that's not sufficient for the smooth communications and functioning of the program. So we request that additional information be provided at the next CEO report, and wonder why specifically information was not provided in this one. We look forward to the answers to those questions. Thank you.
Any further board comments? Okay, not seeing any.
No.
We're gonna take a break
Wait,
until.
excuse me, Chair Williams. Let me comment, please, because I think that the goal of the CEO report is to give current information to this board, and certainly whether there's an issue out there that you need to know about or something good. But the goal of the CEO report is not to report out on cannabis. I'm sorry, there's multiple departments in this county, and what happens is the department heads know they get an email that we're doing the CEO report, and they provide a report. But I think with the cannabis program, I know they're busy like every other program, and I don't think I really take exception to the thought that the CEO report is for a cannabis update. And so if there are certain issues with any program, then I always ask that department head to come forward. So I think with every time there is a cannabis update on the CEO report, Kristen Nevedal will usually be available to respond to this board, respond to questions, or give a verbal update. And I'm at a point where obviously I'm going out the door. It won't be my decision, but I think that the CEO report should not be used just to update on the cannabis program, particularly if there are certain issues. So I respectfully request that this board request of your cannabis department head that she provide a report once a month, or however you want to do it. But I think it's a misuse of the CEO report to think that the purpose is for a cannabis update. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, so noted. With that, I think we should go to break until 10:40. When we come back, we're going to hear items, we intend to hear items 4C, the PUF, and 4D, Cal Recycle, and then we'll go to a working lunch around noon.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Oh, before we break, just to talk about what CEO Angela said, is that, and to be clear where the board is on this, is that my understanding was that the cannabis reports were supposed to be embedded in the CEO report. And if that's not working, then maybe we need to have a separate report each time that the board oversees from the cannabis program. I mean, we need to work out some way of communicating with the public what's going on.
Could we refer this to general government?
Well, when will it be heard? Because I think that we need to deal with this quickly.
Supervisor Mulherin?
I have a thought on this that I wanted to bring up during the CEO-CAO conversation. Part of that conversation is going to be about the board playing a more active role with our department heads. And I think that would be a great time to talk about when we expect our department heads to report out to us.
Thank you. Supervisor McGorty.
You know, there's another option too, as just as with the drought ad hoc, where we have monthly public meetings. We'd have two we have cannabis ad hoc right now to deal with the equity grant issue as well as the portal. And it could be that we should probably have some public meetings that are regularly scheduled to have Supervisor Hasjack and myself, as well as the cannabis department, have discussions. I think that way we can enhance communications with the constituents that are interested.
Understood. I think we're getting too far off from the CEO report. Could we come back to this discussion under the CEO CAO?
Good idea.
Sure.
Okay, so if everyone, Clark, go ahead.
Chair Williams, one more comment based on the question of your colleague Supervisor Hasjack. The ARPA money, so noted, we got that. We've talked about the cannabis program. But the treasurer auditor, my office has no information. So I can't tell you what's happening with that consolidated position. So if there's a question about that, and you want something on the CEO report, I'm not certain what the timeline is for this position. I'm not certain what has happened. I'm not sure. I've attended one meeting. So I just share that because I think the treasurer auditor is a key issue for this county right now, and that there should be information that comes to this board, and certainly there should be some information that goes to the public as to what the next steps are and what happens, and I haven't seen that. So I don't know who would be responsible for that. If you expect my office to come back with an update, then we could do that for February. I just don't know what the timeline is and what's happening there. So I want to bring that to your attention that it was mentioned. I don't want to just ignore it because I think it is a key issue, and I can't tell you what's happening.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more questions. Let's go to break until 10:45.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone. Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Agenda item number 4C. This is a presentation regarding psychiatric health facility, and the sponsor is Behavioral Health and Recovery Services.
Bear with us, we are bringing everybody in.
All right, good morning. Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. Behavioral Health and Recovery Services and General Services Facilities and Fleet Division have been working with Nocton Lewis, AECOM, and LACO with some assistance from Telecare on a feasibility study of the property at Whitmore Lane as a potential site for a psychiatric health facility. Today, we are here to present our findings of that feasibility study and the team's recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on our next steps. I'm going to hand this over to Eric Fadness with Nocton Lewis to start our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, go right ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm Eric Fadness with Nocton Lewis. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. It's really great to be here with you today to make this presentation on the Whitmore Lane Psychiatric Health Facility Feasibility Study. So our consultant and stakeholder groups consisted of first Mendocino County stakeholders with Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, as well as the County Executive's Office and GSA Facilities and Fleet Division. The consultant team was led by Nocton Lewis with participation from AECOM for cost estimating and LACO for property review, flood analysis, and CEQA input. And as Dr. Miller mentioned, Telecare Corporation was also involved as experts on the operational requirements for psychiatric health facilities. So I'm going to make this presentation a little more brief than what was provided in your board packet. I was asked to keep it much shorter so that there would be more time for questions, and then to receive direction on the next steps. So the purpose of this study was really to answer 4 questions. The 4 questions are, is it feasible to construct a psychiatric health facility at Whitmore Lane? Is Whitmore Lane a suitable site for a psychiatric health facility? And what is the cost to construct a psychiatric health facility either at Whitmore Lane or elsewhere in Ukiah? And can portions of the existing building there at Whitmore Lane, the skilled nursing facility, be retained, such as the kitchen or perhaps office space? Now, our study looked at completed a number of tasks, including a visit to the site to see the existing conditions, a review of the licensing requirements, as well as county zoning requirements, and then also a planning exercise, as well as cost estimating. Now, we'll touch on the results of these tasks in this presentation, but it's important to note that we met with the stakeholder group bi-weekly to review the results of the tasks and also to receive direction. Now, to be clear, the study involved high-level review of the existing site and building at Whitmore Lane, but the study didn't include detailed investigations and analysis. So the more detailed investigations and analysis would occur as part of the next steps for the project. So now we'll get into some of the study details. One of our first tasks was a review of the licensing requirements for a new psychiatric health facility. Now, as part of this review, we reached out to the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, or referred to as OSHPD. Now, OSHPD is part of the California Department of Public Health, and they're responsible for the licensing and regulation of healthcare facilities statewide, including skilled nursing facilities. So the existing skilled nursing facility at Whitmore Lane is under OSHPD's jurisdiction. And we've confirmed this. And we've also confirmed with OSHPD that the existing license is in suspense, and it must be relinquished for the facility in order to release OSHPD as the authority having jurisdiction. Now, this is important if the county wants to use the existing facility and site for a psychiatric health facility, because there is no licensing designation under the skilled nursing license for a PUF. A PUF is licensed by the Department of Healthcare Services. So unlike OSHPD licensing, the licensed PUF would be under the county's jurisdiction. Now, also per Dr. Miller, this facility may be licensed as a super PUF. Now, a super PUF is licensed by both the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and California Department of Healthcare Services. So the facility must meet the requirements, the licensing requirements for both of those entities. Now we'll look at the existing site. 131 Whitmore Lane is located within the county's jurisdiction. Our review of the county's zoning requirements and outreach to the county's planning department shows that the property was recently rezoned suburban residential. This requires a use permit. A use permit was approved for the skilled nursing facility as a major impact facility. The rezoning and use permit were approved by the board in August of 2020. And the use permit allows for greater than 25 occupants. That skilled nursing facility had a capacity for 99. County planning also confirmed that a 16-bed PUF could be a compatible use under the approved use permit. Also, research and analysis completed by LACO shows that the property is within the 100-year floodplain. LACO's flood analysis also shows that in a 100-year event, flooding is not likely to breach the building. But access to the southeast corner of the property from State Street could be affected, but we believe that that could also be mitigated by raising the elevation of that corner of the property. So looking at the existing building, so the existing skilled nursing facility was built in 1965, and it's likely, due to the age of the facility, to have construction materials that are considered hazardous today. So a complete investigation should be undertaken. From a code compliance perspective, the existing facility would not meet current building code requirements. This is particularly important when considering a change of use from skilled nursing to psychiatric facilities such as a PUF. Unlike skilled nursing facilities, PUFs are operated as locked inpatient psychiatric facilities. Exit doors are locked, which means that the building will need significant code upgrades and reconstruction to meet a higher standard for fire protection and life safety. Additionally, the facility is not compliant in many aspects of the ADA. For example, there is no accessible path of travel from the public way. There are no sidewalks from the bus stop on State Street to the building entrance. So accessibility upgrades will be necessary. One final note here is that the existing roof design is flat and has poor drainage. And the exhaust and supply air ductwork run exposed across the roof surface. This is problematic from a maintenance perspective, and there are numerous penetrations through the roof that are subject to roof leaks. Although it is possible to improve the roof drainage, there is no alternative to resolve the exposed ducting and penetrations. These maintenance problems will be difficult and expensive to mitigate. Looking at the inside of the building, first it's important to say that individuals that are housed and treated in a psychiatric health facility are most at risk of harming themselves or others. So in our review of the existing facility, we noted areas of concern from a patient safety and security perspective. The patient rooms have wall-mounted air conditioning units that are not suitable for use in a PUF. These would have to be removed and replaced with roof-mounted air handlers and ducting. Additionally, the exterior windows are operable and they're not secure and they're breakable. They need to be replaced with security glass, that, a type of glass that's appropriate for a psychiatric facility. Finally, there are ligature concerns with the existing light fixtures and plumbing fixtures in the building. These fixtures need to be removed and new anti-ligature suicide-resistant fixtures installed. Now, we worked with Dr. Miller and representatives of Telecare to develop a facility program to determine the space needs for the new facility. This helped us understand the square footage requirements and functional spaces within the building. The functional spaces include patient support areas, patient care areas, as well as space for dietetic services and other support services, such as administrative office space. The results indicate that the building requires approximately 17,275 square feet. Now, the existing skilled nursing facility is about 22,000 square feet. So we looked at two planning options with the stakeholder group and Telecare. We developed the two planning options included first a remodel of the existing skilled nursing facility to convert it to use as a PUF. And then we looked at an option to completely demolish and rebuild the existing building to the square footage requirements of the program. The results of the remodeling plan show that substantial reconfiguration of interior partitions is required to optimize the floor plan to improve line of sight and to improve operational concerns, in particular in the patient care areas. Now, observation and control of corridors is an important operational requirement for a PUF. Additionally, firewalls will need to be added to comply with the fire and life safety code requirements for the occupancy type. Partial demolition of the building will also be required to make space for an outdoor recreation yard. The resulting footprint reduces the building by approximately 4,000 square feet. So that's reducing the existing skilled nursing facility by about 4,000 square feet. The planning also shows that it is possible to preserve the existing kitchen and most of the administrative office space, but the kitchen will require substantial remodeling to resolve code deficiencies identified in our building review. Now, our planning option that looks at complete demolition and reconstruction of a new facility achieves the most efficient layout functionally and operationally and results in a smaller building footprint. The smaller footprint allows for the optimal use of the site with improved access from State Street. Currently, the building entrance and the parking are accessed from Whitmore Lane. With new construction, the building entrance can be relocated to the south side of the property along with the parking for staff and the public. This plan would reduce traffic on Whitmore Lane. Now, Whitmore Lane is a residential street, so that would be a beneficial impact to the residents on Whitmore Lane. Now we'll get into cost estimates. So with the programming and planning efforts, we provided the plans to AECOM. AECOM then developed cost estimates for these options. So the first option to demolish and remodel, demolish a portion of the existing building and remodel it came to an approximate cost of $19.1 million. Now, when I give you these construction costs, I'm including construction costs, but also project costs. So this would be the complete cost to demo and remodel the existing building. The second option would be a complete demolition of the existing structure and rebuild. And that cost came in at about $19.5 million. Now, we also looked at a third option. AECOM provided a cost estimate for a new construction of a PUF located anywhere else in Ukiah. There was no site in particular that was selected. That cost came in at over just about $22 million. So those three cost estimates were the basis then for us to work with the stakeholder group to make a recommendation. We also looked at a schedule forecast for each of the options. So for option one, partial demo and remodeling, the total projected time frame for that project, including design as well as construction, was approximately 38 months. For option two, complete demolition and reconstruction on Whitmore Lane was also a 38-month schedule, but that included two phases of work, a demolition phase and then a building design and construction phase. So for a total of 38 months. Option three, if you were to build this psychiatric health facility on any other site in Ukiah, we estimate that a project of that nature could take as many as 60 months. So about a 5-year duration for option three. So with the results of the study, we worked with the stakeholder group to establish criteria to evaluate and score each of these options. So the stakeholder group came up with the criteria. The criteria included community impact, constructability, functionality, cost effectiveness, maintainability, sustainability, risk of cost increase, and risk of delay. They applied an importance factor to each one of these criteria and then scored each of the options on a scale of 1 to 10 for each of these criteria, and then applied the weighting. The results basically indicate that option 2 would be the most beneficial option. It received the highest score of the evaluation. So option 2 is to demolish the existing building and to rebuild on Whitmore Lane. So the conclusions, and basically with the stakeholder input, indicate that 131 Whitmore Lane is feasible to construct a psychiatric health facility on that site. New construction would be the most cost-effective and the best value for the county. A new building is best for safety and security and operational efficiency, and it provides the best long-term value from an operations and maintenance perspective. It also provides the best long-term community impact, beneficial community impact for the residents on Whitmore Lane as well as the county. So with that, I've concluded my presentation. I will hand it to Janelle.
Before you do any
Sure.
supervisors have questions? Supervisor Jurdy?
I'm seeing a PowerPoint in our packet, and I think the audience at home would benefit from seeing the PowerPoint. So
okay,
we'll try to share that. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, thank you. Eric, I appreciate you being here, and it's been a long haul so far, but I think you answered a lot of questions. One question is, looking at the big picture, you know, if we did the third option of finding another site, was there any investigation about possible sites around, or were you just focused on Whitmore Lane?
The study focused primarily on Whitmore Lane. There was discussion about alternative sites with the stakeholder group, but our understanding is that there have been a number of sites that have been presented to the board, and a number of site options, maybe existing buildings, and that in all of those cases, you know, those options were not accepted. So I don't know the specific details of those, but I think that was the reason that we didn't really have a site to look at as an alternative to Whitmore Lane.
Okay, and then the other question would be, if we had another site and built somewhere else and kept Whitmore Lane as another type of facility, not a PUF certainly, but you know, some kind of residential treatment facility that's been talked about. Do you have any idea what that would take to make it into a livable treatment facility type of very low licensing level?
Well, our study really didn't look at that. I would say that a psychiatric health facility, as I had mentioned, you know, requires a greater standard or higher standard for construction to meet fire and life safety requirements, as well as safety and security requirements. If you were to reduce that standard to say what you have at you know, a crisis residential facility, that would be more of a residential nature, probably maybe not the best use of a large facility like the skilled nursing facility at Whitmore Lane.
Supervisor Jurdy, and then Janelle Rowell.
Eric, I'm looking at the chart on page, let's see, it's page 11 of the section 2 study findings results, and it's figure 4 conceptual plan and option 2. That's that's the build new construction. So it looks like that may be perhaps the only site plan that the board's looking at in the presentation, in the full document. So if that's the layout of the property, and if that's the entirety of the parcel, I'm still seeing what by residential standards would probably be a fairly decent amount of land that's not being built upon for other purposes. And just to follow up on Supervisor Hashak's comment, I mean, we have a housing crisis, and for workforce housing and for others. Is there some reason why we couldn't as a separate project build on the undeveloped portions of this property? I don't know, 6, 8 housing units, maybe for people who graduated from the facility.
Yeah, this site is under 2 acres, so it's really not it's not as large as it maybe appears to look on the site plan there. A facility, you could probably build other structures on this property, but it would really constrain the use of the site for psychiatric health. You really, I think the benefit of not using the entire property is that you provide buffers around the property, and especially with psychiatric health facilities, that's important to maintain buffers from the public ways, and not only for controlling sound, but also to keep people away from the building, sight and sound separation. So,
Eric,
yes.
Feel free to share your screen at your discretion if you think that'll help. Janelle.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. Just to speak to the site acquisition, I think it was Supervisor Hashak, you were asking about the potential to locate and then build new. Part of the considerations that were given in the stakeholder team was a timeline. And the timeline to acquire a property or some other type of property that would be suitable for this would again extend the timeline that we're looking at. To build it, it's pretty much the same, close to, and Eric can clarify that, but you're looking at relatively the same timelines for construction. But site acquisition, you could be anywhere from 6 to 12 months to find the right site that would meet all of the requirements. And so that was a considering factor when we were looking at each of these potential options. So I just wanted to make sure to point that out so that the board had that as a considering factor as well.
McGordy.
So one of the things that as a board we're concerned with is reducing the carbon footprint in Mendocino County of our public buildings. So what would you anticipate the cost of having solar power available to for this site?
Well, so the existing building really is limited because there's really no roof area to provide, a solar array. There is a possibility that you could provide a solar array over, parking structure type, like an overhang or a cover over the parking areas. But really the better option would be with new construction, where we, in fact, the way we have shown the new construction option oriented on the site is really an ideal orientation for solar exposure. So you would have a good opportunity there for a solar array to be mounted on the roof. Whether that roof area is adequate to provide complete offset of the energy load, we don't know the answer to that yet, but it certainly is a good opportunity to provide solar.
And seeing as how we plan for a 50-year life of the building, it seems like it would be something worth investing in. And covered parking makes a lot of sense in Ukiah, where your car routinely goes up to 150 degrees if it's sitting in the sun. So it would be something if when we get to the next phase that I hope would be included in our analysis.
Certainly.
Janelle, let's go on with the rest of the presentation.
You got it. And just real quick, through the chair, I'm sorry, but as far as carbon footprint reduction, I just wanted to let you know that General Services Agency, with every new project that we're looking at or remodel, are taking into considerations of alternative power solutions, whether it be solar, generation, battery. So I want to assure this board that with whatever direction you give us, that would be something of primary consideration. And so just wrapping this up really is bringing it back to the board and to truly share with you the last more than 6 months have been a fairly laborious and very interesting process, but that's brought us to what we believe to be the stakeholder recommendation, which is option 2. And there were many factors that went into that, as far as, the footprint, the most efficient, the existing building and its condition, especially the roof, if you were to do a partial demo. So our recommendation is again is option 2, which would be to demo the existing facility. We sat down as far as some insights that were shared as well: community impact, constructability, cost effectiveness, and the risk of costs and potential delays. I think it's also noteworthy to mention that staff have been working with including additional space for NAMI to be on site, to be able to be on-site support to the operations that are occurring there. And I felt that was worthy of mention. And Dr. Miller, if she has anything to add in closing, we'll turn this over to the board.
Dr. Miller.
I don't have anything to add. I would just echo what Janelle said, that we really thought option 2 was the best option when we included everything. I would just note really quick, I know Eric mentioned the super puff, and so just so that there's clarity, what is a puff and what is a super puff? A super puff allows us to be able to take Medicare clients at our facility and potentially private insurance. And if we don't do a super puff, it would mean that most likely only Medi-Cal clients could use that facility. So one of my recommendations and push, and that's why Eric noted that, is that we want this facility to not only take Medi-Cal clients. We want to be able to serve all levels of client at that facility, knowing it will be 18 and older because it's an adult facility, but we don't want to be limited by insurance. And so that was my push to move towards a super puff so that Medi-Cal, Medicare, and private insurance are options to be billed at that facility.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, so Dr. Miller, if we went with a super puff, is there extra cost in the construction of it or the operation of it?
Yeah, so not so much in the construction. It's minor things that we had to add in, and Eric could add to that. I don't think it was a major, it's really minor, some additional things Medicare requires. But in the operation, it does increase your operational cost. So that is an increase in operational cost. So we would definitely need to weigh that in. What we didn't want to do is not plan for the super puff and then have the board say, what if you wanted a super puff? So my recommendation was, let's move it forward like we're building a super puff, and the board can make that decision on, do they want to stay with a puff or a super puff? We didn't want to come forward with a puff and then have you decide, no, we really wanted a super puff. So we moved forward with the plans of, we're building a super puff, and then the board could make that decision on which model you want in Mendocino County.
Okay, so there's really no extra cost is what you're saying for the super puff construction.
I agree with Dr. Miller. It's really not in the construction. I think it was more in the operational cost.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a decision to be made later. Yeah.
I have a few questions. What inflation rate are we assuming, materials, labor, over the construction period?
Well, we did factor in, AECOM did include in their estimate a rate of escalation over time. So based on those schedules that we projected, escalation was factored in at different rates. I think if you look in the report, you can see the specific line item that shows the escalation rate.
And 19.5 million. What do you think government doesn't have a great track record of finishing projects within budget? So when I see the 19, I'm assuming it'll be, I don't know, 25 or 30 by the time it's done. And there will be reasons that we didn't anticipate blank, or What do you see as the most we might spend on this facility? And sort of with a, say 95% confidence.
Well, so I'd say that what we've estimated is probably more realistic. Certainly, we've included, we factored in escalation and contingencies. But of course, we're doing this based on concepts. We don't have detailed plans to base this on. But AECOM's estimators are experts, and they are very well tapped into what's happening in the construction market.
Yeah.
So they're factoring that in as they prepare the estimates. We also had detailed discussions. We had a very robust basis of design in the report for them to base their estimates on. So even though they didn't have plans to do takeoffs with, they did have a lot of description of what remodeling would be or what new construction would be for the estimates. So I think it's pretty realistic. Now we can't control the market, so I think that's where the risk is. Supply chain is a big issue right now. Whether that gets resolved in the near term here or if that's a long-term issue that we'll have to contend with for this project, there is some risk there for cost increase. How much, I really can't say.
Okay, and then for Dr. Miller, can we afford to staff this facility as it's being designed? And when I say staff it, I mean with market wages that are sufficient to house people, because housing is not going to get cheaper in Mendocino County. Housing will become more expensive. And so I want to avoid a situation where we build a facility and then we say, but we can't find people who can work in it with the housing that's available. They need to be paid a rate that allows developers to build housing and sell or rent at market rates. Has there been any effort to look at the staffing costs, what it'll actually take, and do we have enough to cover it with our Measure B?
So we did approach that with Telecare, because as you know, we did a request for qualifications, and Telecare was the agency that won that request to be our partner in this. And that is one of the conversations we had during our feasibility was with Telecare, what they needed and whether they thought they could staff, pay affordably, and keep this facility staffed and be able to provide everything they needed, food, the different things they have. They do this across the state of California and in the state of Washington. They assured us at that time they did not see a concern with getting staff or being able to maintain that facility. They really felt that they could meet the salaries needed and keep that facility staffed. And so that is based on Telecare and the estimate we got. We do believe that we will need funds from Measure B. So I want to be realistic. We will need Measure B funds, that percentage that's supposed to go to services. With that and being able to bill Medicare, Medi-Cal, and insurance, we should be able to meet the funding for the facility.
And just to confirm, Telecare did look at the cost of housing their staff in Mendocino County.
Yes, we asked them that. We said, you realize we're a small community, you know about housing, and they are in other small communities and felt that that wasn't a concern for them.
Okay. Any Supervisor Haschek?
Yes. So Dr. Miller, if we're talking $19.5 million for this PUF, and we don't have a financial plan really in existence from the Measure B Oversight Committee, how do we know that we can afford this even if it stays in budget? Are you confident that and how can the board have that information that we can really afford this?
So we've done some projections with Measure B a couple different times where we really looked at what we think what is going to be the proceeds that we receive from Measure B that are not going to capital costs, right? So service costs. And it's one of the reasons when we made all of our proposals for the projects, we made 4-year proposals because we assumed that if a PUF was up and running, it'd be up and running in 4 to 5 years, and we'd have to relook at those service dollars. So all the dollars we put in, both for the crisis respite, the crisis response, we all proposed that as a 4-year contract knowing that about 4 to 5 years to build a PUF, so that all those services dollars could be relooked at and reevaluated and potentially go back into the PUF. I believe, I don't have it in front of me exactly, I think we estimated about 2 million we would bring in service dollars. Of course, if there's no change in the economy and changes in taxes, right, is what the auditor had projected. We're assuming we would need 1.5 to 2 million to augment the additional funding through what we would receive through insurance costs. Now, that could mean if we see an increase in Medi-Cal MAP, which is the match that the federal government puts in, we could see that could be offset. So we just don't know where that FMAP will increase or decrease. But when we looked at it, we projected about 1 million to about 2 million of those service dollars would need to go to supplement the income for the PUF. So it's why when we brought any of those services, we kept them at a 4-year limit for funding so that we would have the money for when the PUF opened. And as Eric has pointed out, we're thinking it would open in about 3 years. So we would have everything sunsetting as the PUF was opening pretty much.
Okay, and the $20 million you think that the PUF will, or I mean the Measure B will generate that for the construction cost?
Yes, I don't think we have the construction cost. I think we're fine on. I think we have a decent amount of money sitting there. So I'm not, the construction cost, I think we're good on. The service costs were where we really wanted to make sure we could long-term fund the project. And that was our biggest concern when we looked at it from a budget perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
Can we entertain a motion? McCourtney?
I would entertain a motion that we move with option 2 to create our new PUF unit for Mendocino County.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, well, I just had a couple more questions about the PUF and the size of the building. I guess it's 13.5. Do you feel like that's needed? I've seen other PUFs that were between 9,000 and 10,000 square feet. So do we need that almost 14,000 square feet of PUF?
Well, that is what, so based on input from Telecare and, from our exercise working with Dr. Miller and Telecare on the program, 13,000 square feet is appropriately sized for a 16-bed PUF. There is some additional square footage in there that would not normally be in there, and that was added to include space for NAMI. But that's a very small amount of space in comparison to the overall building square footage.
I would also add, Eric, that we added space knowing that our court wanted to be able to potentially do online or in-person court at the facility and not have to have individuals brought to the court. So we wanted to accommodate our superior court so that we weren't having to transport clients from the facility. As most people know, there are hearings that have to be had, so it does impact our court system. And so we wanted to accommodate that they could either do it through like a Zoom setting, or if they needed to be in person, that we had a room big enough to accommodate the court in that situation.
Right. Supervisor Moore.
Oh.
I can allow. Okay, I just really wanted to thank the team for working on this. I understand that there are still a lot of questions that we might have, but our community is really has really been expecting this and wanting this to move forward. I especially appreciated the option 3 and the conversation that I'm sure the stakeholders had about NIMBYism and what that looks like in our community. And what I really hope that after this facility is built and people see it operating functionally, that along with all of the other work that Measure B is doing, the Measure B committee, and that NAMI is doing, and that our behavioral health department is doing, we can try to reduce some of the stigmatism that comes with mental illness. And I hope that as the facility is being built out, we can continue to have those community conversations about how necessary this is. And I really appreciate the idea of having a super puff, because we know that not only people that need Medi-Cal have mental illness, and that is another huge stigma reduction that we need to have in this community. So I just wanted to say I appreciate all of the work that's gone into this proposal.
Thank you. You just spoke for me. Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, so I guess I'm still trying to figure out why it wouldn't be better. You know, we spent whatever $2 million of state money to buy the Whitmore facility, and then just to, if it has a potential to do some kind of treatment facility, you know, it seems like that would be like a 2-for-1 if we built in another location. So I'm still grappling with that idea, if that wouldn't be better, because you know, if we spend a couple more million for a new location, obviously the timing is a concern. But if we got 2 buildings for the price of 1, it might be better. And so that's a concern of mine. The other question about the super puff is from Dr. Miller. How many other super puffs are there throughout the state? You know, or is it a common practice to have a super puff?
It's I would say years ago, no, right? So years ago, most 16-bed facilities were really focused on Medi-Cal, because Medicare clients can go to the larger facilities that are more than 16 beds, and there are a lot out there. They're not in our area, right? So our closest our closest psych facility is Aurora. So clients still, and you have to hope they have an opening. We are seeing more super puffs come on. So I think I think Telecare operates 2 or 3 other super puffs in the state of California, I think they mentioned. But it's a new model that's really moving forward because of the fact that you don't want to tell your constituents only Medi-Cal clients can be served at this facility. And you're going to have to, if you don't have Medi-Cal, you're going to have to drive out of county to see your loved one, because now we're only serving one population. So I think what we're seeing across different counties is a movement to try to really serve all individuals regardless of payer source, so that they can be served within their county. So I think there's more of a movement to really look at that. If you looked at 5-6 years ago, no, it was puffs for really Medi-Cal, and there still are some puffs that only take Medi-Cal, but they may have another facility close by or within their community. So you look in Sacramento, they've got multiple facilities in Sacramento that are privately owned, and then they have their county stuff, right? So them taking doing a puff without Medicare makes sense because there's options within their community. Our options don't exist within our community. Mine is what we build today. Everyone else would have to go to another facility outside of our county if we don't take all insurance.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Dirty.
Thank you. So one way to look at the purchase of the property, originally for another purpose, but now repurposed for the puff unit. I think private developers do this sometimes as well. You're looking sometimes just to get the piece of property with the entitlements itself has a tremendous value. So one of the discussions we had over the years was if we were looking at a puff in a city limits, then the city council might be under some pressure to not approve a use permit. And we said, if needed, we're going to find a place out in the county that has municipal services that could support a facility like this, but be in the unincorporated area where the Board of Supervisors would approve the permit. So that's exactly what we have here. We have and it already has substantial entitlements approved for a similar facility. So really probably the land itself has at least the $2 million value, even though there'll be some demolition costs. There will be some salvage, as I understand it, perhaps from the kitchen and some other items. So, and there's infrastructure on site in terms of connections to municipal services. So all those things add value to the property. I do support the new construction. I think it'll be lower cost to operate a facility that's new construction, meeting energy standards of today, versus 1965, which is before, I think, the first California Energy Code of 1978. And the other thing is, and I know that Janelle and the General Services Department is looking at this. Just one question I haven't really asked them in the past, but water is also considered energy. I mean, just moving water around, and to that extent, if we also, I'd like to see that we also look at drought tolerant plants and on the landscaping. And I think just going to the issue of landscaping, it can be kind of a calming effect both for the neighbors and for the residents of the facility. So I think if we can invest a little bit more than the basics in the drought tolerant plants and the landscaping plan, perhaps with the assistance of the Master Gardener program at UC, I think we could really enhance the site and be a major improvement for the neighborhood and the neighbors. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. I'm going to support this because it may not be the perfect plan, but if we kick this down the road and continue studying, our Measure B savings will be eroded away by inflation. And I don't want to get us in a position where we can afford 2/3 of a puff. It looks like this is a project we can afford. And I think the community wants to see action. They want to see the facility constructed and open, and see the board making the most of their tax dollars. So I appreciate staff and our consultants. I think they've put together a credible plan. Supervisor McGordy.
First of all, I want to echo what Supervisor Mulheron said. And in addition to that, there's the ongoing operational costs and the convenience of having a facility like this and so close to behavioral health. So transporting patients, dealing with court hearings, all of those things are much, much easier when the facility is close in. We looked at other places. We had issues with people who didn't want it in their neighborhoods. And I agree also completely with Supervisor Jurdy about the fact that this is already semi-developed. So it's what's known in the trade as a scrape off, but that's pretty common of repurposing land in California because especially in a community like Ukiah, we don't have a lot of options. We really have kind of a tight footprint for the community. And the fact that we're even influenced by flood is a good indication of why we have a tight imprint or footprint. So that's why I support the plan, and I agree with Supervisor Williams. Let's get going before we get priced out.
Supervisor Haschek, final comments?
Yeah, I'm going to support this because I think that that's what the community wanted. We need to get moving on it. I just want to make sure that we're asking all the questions that need to be asked to know what we're getting into. $20 million with the proposed option 2, it's a lot of money. And like we've seen with the jail, we've seen with the CRT, that the prices have gone up after that. And so I just hope that we can do it for 20 million. I hope that we have the money in the Measure B. And I have looked at financial reports that Sherry Ebbium from the Oversight Committee has put together, and those show that we do have the money. So he said, I'll vote yes.
Clerk, can you conduct a vote?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to clarify Supervisor McGordy's motion in that the motion he's making is the recommended action, correct? I understand that he said option 2, but I just want to make sure that this encompasses everything in the recommended action, including the direction to staff to proceed with the closing of the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development permit of the facility as a skilled nursing facility, and also that demolition of the existing structure and construction of a new building with an estimate of $19,508,059.
That's correct.
The second agrees.
I agree.
Okay.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Just a clarifying question, did we ask for public comment?
We did at one point. Is there any public comment?
We did, and there is no public comment.
Okay, let's conduct a vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks, everyone. So we're going to hear one more item before the working lunch. This is item 4D, and it's about Cal Recycle. The sponsor is Solid Waste.
We are bringing the members of solid waste in right now.
So good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Howard DeShield with Transportation, the Solid Waste Division. I think Amber is on, but if she's not, we're going to go to our partners at CAO Recycle.
Amber is not on the line currently.
All right, well then I'll invite CAO Recycle to please give their presentation.
Thank you, Howard. So today we're presenting on SB 1383. It's a law that's intended to reduce short-lived climate pollutants in California. I will quickly share my screen. Apologize. Okay. Here we go. All right. So thank you for inviting me to present today. My name is Laura Johanning, and I am the local assistance representative from CAO Recycle for Mendocino County. CAO Recycle is the department of the state of California that deals with solid waste. This presentation will provide a high-level overview of the requirements for compliance with SB 1383. We'll cover the background and context of the law and its requirements. I'll focus on jurisdiction requirements, such as those of Mendocino Unincorporated, and also on the county's responsibility for capacity planning. So why are we addressing organic material? Well, with Senate Bill 1383, CAO Recycle has been tasked with reducing methane emissions from landfills, which largely comes from the breakdown of organic waste. It's part of the larger goal of the bill to reduce short-lived climate pollutants. Landfills are the largest producers of methane in California. Organic waste comprises about 2/3 of the waste stream, and food waste alone is the largest material waste stream in California. SB 1383 is a statewide target that requires California to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% and increase edible food recovery by 20% by 2025. This goal is statewide, not a requirement placed on individual jurisdictions. The regulations took effect on January 1st, 2022. CAO Recycles understands that not every jurisdiction had everything in place by that date, but each jurisdiction should be making an effort to get there. This slide provides an overview of implementation requirements for jurisdictions when they take effect. All 2022 requirements started on January 1st. In 2024, jurisdictions will be required to take enforcement actions against non-compliant entities. So let's review some of the requirements for jurisdictions. First off, they must provide organic waste collection services to all residents and businesses. This means for all organic waste, including green waste, wood waste, food waste, manure, fibers, etc. Waste containers have prescribed colors and labeling requirements. This part of the regulation is waived in census tracts in cities that were approved for a low population waiver in the county. They're also required to establish edible food recovery program for Tier 1 and Tier 2 edible food generators, meaning certain commercial edible food generators must donate food that would otherwise go to waste. We'll discuss what the different tiers mean later. The program will include education to generators, inspections, and ensuring there is access and capacity at food recovery organizations. You must also, or jurisdictions must also conduct education and outreach to all generators. This will require annual education to all organic waste and edible food generators and education in non-English languages that are spoken by a substantial amount of the people in the jurisdiction. Procure recovered organic products and recycled paper. This requires a jurisdiction to procure at least a target amount of recovered organic products. The jurisdiction may also have a direct service provider procure those materials to help them meet the target as long as there is an agreement. There's also a requirement to procure paper products that are made from recycled content and recyclable. Plan and secure access for organics recycling and edible food recovery capacity. This effort's headed by the county, who will need to coordinate with jurisdictions and regional agencies to determine what they will generate and need for organic waste recycling facilities and edible food recovery organization capacity. Monitor compliance and conduct enforcement. Monitoring and education begins this year, and enforcement actions for non-compliant entities start in 2024. In addition, there are CalGreen and MWELA requirements that aren't listed on this slide, but we'll discuss them in more detail later. So the main element of the regulation is that jurisdictions are required to provide an organic waste collection service to each of their residents and businesses. Some census tracts in unincorporated areas of Mendocino County with low population density are waived from these requirements. As shown on the slide, there can be a 1, 2, or 3 container service, but for 1 and 2 container systems, the jurisdiction needs to ensure that the containers with mixed contents are transported to a facility that recovers organic content. For a 3 container system, containers must be black or gray for trash, green for organics, and blue for recycling. They must also be properly labeled. Jurisdictions must have enforceable requirements on their haulers that collect organic waste, as well as for commercial and residential generators and self-haulers. These include annual compliance reviews and route reviews or waste evaluations for generators. These same rules apply to generators not subject to local control, such as state agencies and schools, but CalRecycle will oversee those entities. Jurisdictions are also responsible to implement edible food recovery programs. This includes assessing capacity of existing food recovery, establishing a food recovery program and expanding existing infrastructure if needed, inspecting commercial generators for compliance, and providing education and outreach. This may be something that the county provides for all of its jurisdictions if they have an MOU, but it is ultimately up to each jurisdiction to make sure that the requirements are being met. This slide describes what types of edible food generators are responsible for donating the food that would otherwise get thrown away. Tier 1 generators must donate starting in 2022, and Tier 2 must start donating in 2024. CalRecycle's website has tools to identify generators. Most of these listed on the slide are also defined in the regulations. Another requirement is that jurisdictions must conduct education and outreach. This is an extension of what's already being done for AB 1826 and AB 341. Education and outreach must extend to commercial and residential organic waste generators, as well as commercial edible food generators. Food recovery organizations must also be listed on the jurisdiction's website. Educational material has to be available in languages that a substantial amount of the population speaks. CalRecycle has model materials in multiple languages on its website. In an effort to close the loop, each jurisdiction will have a minimum target for procuring recovered organic waste products that is linked to its population. The target is 0.08 tons of organic waste per resident per year. So for Mendocino unincorporated, this comes out to 4,661 tons of organic waste per year for 5 years until the target is then readjusted for population. The jurisdiction can decide what mix of compost, mulch, renewable gas, and electricity they want to use to meet their target. Procurement doesn't mean that you necessarily have to purchase these materials or use them yourself. If you're making your own, giving products away, or if a direct service provider you have an agreement with procures them, you can count that toward the target. 1383 also requires that jurisdictions procure 30% recycled content paper products that are recyclable in accordance with current public contract code requirements. Paper products include, but are not limited to, paper janitorial supplies, file folders, corrugated boxes, tissues, and toweling. Jurisdictions will have to adopt an ordinance or other enforceable requirement that requires compliance with certain Cal Green and Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance or MWELO requirements. Cal Green and MWELO are not new requirements, but will be enforced by Cal Recycle under SB 1383. Cal Green requires providing readily accessible areas for recycling containers in commercial and family units and recycling organic waste commingled with construction and demolition debris to meet the 65% requirement for C&D recycling in both residential and non-residential projects. Sorry about that. MWELO requires new construction and landscaping projects to meet water efficient landscape requirements for compost and mulch application. Each jurisdiction must plan for adequate capacity for recycling organic waste and for edible food recovery. The county leads this effort by coordinating with jurisdictions inside the county to estimate existing and potential new and expanded capacity. The county and jurisdictions must demonstrate that the capacity for recovering organic waste is guaranteed to be accessible, and they must also demonstrate that food recovery organizations have the capacity for donated edible food. If capacity can't be guaranteed, the county notifies the jurisdictions within it that lack capacity that they must submit an implementation schedule to Cal Recycle. The county must collect data from the jurisdictions and report to Cal Recycle by August 1st of this year. Jurisdictions are required to provide the required data to the county within 120 days. The August 2022 report will cover 2022 through 2024, and then subsequent reports will be due every 5 years and will plan for a 10-year horizon. Another aspect of this regulation that is different from prior recycling rules is that it requires enforcement at the local level. By January 1st, 2022, jurisdictions are required to have an enforcement mechanism or ordinance in place, yet they are not required to enforce until 2024. Until 2024, jurisdictions will identify generators in violation and provide educational material to them. The goal is to make sure that every generator has the opportunity to comply before mandatory enforcement comes into effect in 2024. And then starting in January 2024, jurisdictions shall take progressive enforcement against organic waste generators that are not in compliance. The progressive approach allows for notification to the generator and it provides them ample time to comply before penalties are issued by the jurisdiction. So an early, robust education program will hopefully minimize the amount of future enforcement action needed. This slide addresses the jurisdiction inspection and enforcement program requirements, which include a compliance review to verify businesses have service or are self-hauling, and route reviews or waste evaluations to inspect for container contamination. A lot of this may already be done by your hauler for compliance with AB 341 and AB 1826. Jurisdictions also have enforcement and inspection requirements for the edible food recovery program. Inspections must begin for Tier 1 edible food generators in 2022 and Tier 2 in 2024. This includes verifying that they have arrangements with a food recovery organization and that they're not intentionally spoiling food that can be recovered. Many jurisdictions are planning on utilizing health inspectors that are already visiting food generators. To reduce the amount of reporting, jurisdictions are required to maintain records and keep all required ordinances and information in an implementation record. CalRecycle staff may review the implementation record as part of an audit of your program. This graphic is a snapshot of items to be kept in the implementation record, which needs to be stored in one central location and accessible to CalRecycle within 10 business days. This slide is a snapshot of how CalRecycle will oversee jurisdiction compliance, which will be an evaluation of all requirements of the regulations. Because SB 1383 is a statewide target and not a jurisdiction diversion target, like in past laws, jurisdictions will have to demonstrate compliance rather than good faith effort. There will be substantial time to comply before penalties are imposed, and we will take into consideration barriers outside of the jurisdiction's control, which may take more time to correct. 1383 extends beyond directing waste management and recycling operations and staff. This slide shows that many departments within local government can be affected and have a role to play. Each department will need to understand how it impacts their work. Jurisdictions should be planning for the staffing they need, as well as which departments to bring in. This is just an infographic that's available on our elected officials webpage, and it explains some of the responsibilities that different departments may have.
Hey, well, Laura, I have a question. We'll go to see if the other board members do. Is there a slide on how the state plans to cover the cost of this program? Our county is broke. Like, we don't have any money. We can't even fulfill existing federal state mandates as it is. And I know radical change will be needed to address climate goals. I support everything here. But when I hear the county must, or requirements, mandates, or fines, it kind of feels like criminalization of poverty. Our county can't afford what you're detailing here. The people who live in our county mostly can't afford it either. Will the state be somehow reimbursing us for the actual cost?
So there is a grant that I'm getting to later.
Okay.
The application for the grant is in February. Yeah, it's in a few slides from here. There is some money so far that it's a one-time payment.
We're going to have ongoing costs with this, and there's no way to fit it in our budget. Just throwing that out there, that poor rural counties probably can't comply, and the idea that we would get fined for what we can't afford. I would like to send a message back through CalRecycle. Great idea. It needs funding attached. Otherwise, it's just a unfunded mandate on steroids. I mean, this is Supervisor Jurdy.
Thank you. So in Mendocino County, maybe you know this, we have a joint powers authority, Mendo Recycle, and it's trying to re-enlist new staff. So it's in a rebuilding phase right now. And so it's the funding streams haven't really kept up with the needs for the staff there. But anyway, so we're rebuilding the organization. And I know that they and the waste haulers in the county each year provide compost diversion and other data to the state. I believe these are higher numbers, going from 50% to 75%. Is there anything that you're seeing in terms of funding? Are other counties relying on their equivalent of Mendo Recycle, the waste diversion agency, to do this reporting, or are they looking more to county and city government to do it? I know that, again, the waste haulers themselves have a lot of the actual data, but this kind of goes beyond, I think, the data they would normally collect, because it looks like we're also talking about zeroing in on restaurants and other supermarkets, entities that could have a lot of organic waste if they aren't already working with people to divert some of that food useful purposes, which I think a lot of them are. I mean, I know people go to the supermarkets in our county. We have North Coast Opportunities that has a couple different programs that work at providing food to people in need of food. We have banks in the county that are working with the supermarkets. So I think a lot of this is already happening. I'm not sure that all of it's being accounted for through reports. And so to me, it looks like there could be a need to have additional funding for staffing to prepare the annual reports beyond, and maybe some additional technical support for the nonprofits that are doing a lot of this work already. But and one final comment I'd say is, interestingly, we've had, the 3-bin system in much of Mendocino County for a long time. I mean, maybe we've got 2 facilities in the county that take waste. Material green waste in the county, which is pretty good for a county of 90,000 people. And my understanding from my brother who lives in Sacramento, he's just now getting his green bin in the city of Sacramento. So in some ways, we might be actually ahead of some other jurisdictions, some larger jurisdictions in California, but I'm not sure that we're ahead in terms of having the staff capacity to prepare the reports to document the successes that we do have in the county.
McGordy?
So I have a question for Laura too. So when we talk about this waste stream, right now we just have green waste, but are you saying that we'd have to also put animal protein into the recycling stream?
Yeah, it's all organic waste. Depending on what your organic waste hauler is going to accept too. But we are trying to recycle all organic waste.
So that could pose some real unusual hazards in a rural county like ours with bears and foxes and other kinds of animals that will suddenly be knocking over our recycling bins to get at the food. So I just want to make you aware that there's also some other sort of unintended consequences to wildlife that could happen when we do this. We presently don't recycle those things, and it could be an issue. And I just wondered, from an environmental point of view, if Cal Recycle has thought about that and has any best practices or suggestions.
We definitely have. I think Marshall had her hand up. Marshall is my supervisor. She was I asked her to maybe help me out with some of this. There is so in some of the more rural parts of the county, there are waivers so you won't have to be recycling organic waste in a lot of the more rural parts of the county. I'll get to that a little bit later as well. Amber, did you have something to say?
Yes, I did. Amber Fassett, Deputy Director of Transportation. We actually currently do accept food waste in our bins. Our organics facility is set up to process food waste, so that's something that's already happening. I've heard that there are some issues with bears in some few parts of the county, and our haulers are looking into the purchase of bear-proof containers that should help with that. But we actually have been accepting food waste for many years now. And like Laura said, many rural parts of our county are exempt from this collection requirement. So it's more in the urban areas around the cities.
Thank you. Laura, do you want to continue with your slides? Thanks for letting us pause.
Sure. So to assist with implementation, CalRecycle and Hire Consultants have developed the model tools listed here. In addition to these, there's also a procurement calculator, record keeping tools, organic waste recycling capacity planning calculator, edible food recovery planning calculator and survey, educational materials, and other information and documents available on our website. Many of the tools listed are associated with a webinar that explains how to use them and contains Q&A sessions at the end. So there's 2 types of waivers that are listed on this slide. Mendocino Unincorporated was approved for a low population waiver in certain census tracts with fewer than 75 people per square mile. So those areas do not have to comply with the organic waste collection requirements in Article 3 of the regulations. Low population waivers were also approved for the jurisdictions of Point Arita and Willits, so they don't need to participate in organic waste capacity planning. The elevation waiver is also listed here, but it's not relevant to Mendocino with the current population waiver, low population waivers. So the next few slides will provide some relief in implementing SB 1383. First off, SB 619 was signed by the governor in October 2021. The intention is to make it easier for jurisdictions to avoid penalties from 1383 violations in 2022. Without this route, the jurisdiction would be put on a corrective action plan if they had made a substantial effort for compliance but couldn't comply due to extenuating circumstances. Substantial effort and extenuating circumstances are defined in the regulation and will limit the reasons a jurisdiction could go on a corrective action plan. For example, if a jurisdiction's reason for noncompliance is just because it has a lack of funding, staff, or fails to adopt ordinances, they're not considered to have made a substantial effort. However, if you submit a notification of intent to comply, or NOIC, by March 1st and implement the proposed actions to remedy the violations in accordance with the schedule in the NOIC, you can be issued a corrective action plan, which will waive penalties in 2022 and for as long as the terms of the corrective action plan. The SB 1383 Local Assistance Grant was just announced in November. It provides funding for the requirements listed on this slide. More specific eligible and ineligible costs are listed in the procedures and requirements of the grant, and they include consultants, equipment, outreach materials, bins, procurement of recycled organic products, among other potential expenses. The estimated funding for Mendocino County listed on our website is $77,432, and the deadline for the application is February 1st. By March 1st, applicants must have a resolution to authorize the application and certify that they will adopt an ordinance or enforceable mechanism pursuant to Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations, Section 18981.2, by April 1st to receive the first round of funding, which will go out on April 1st.
Laura, Supervisor Jurdy has a question.
Yes.
Maybe this is a question for Amber. Is DOT working on a grant application by the March deadline?
Yes, it's actually already been submitted and the authorizing resolution is on consent calendar today.
And what was that amount?
77,000.
And how much do you, 77,000, how much do you think actual cost will be for us?
Much more than that.
Like
100, well, over the next several years.
Yeah.
Maybe quadruple that. But this is, like you said, this is going to be an ongoing cost. So it's not just an initial cost. It'll take a lot of staffing resources every year going forward. Okay. It will help with some of the initial implementation costs, but not cover the ongoing costs.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
The resolution and ordinance must be submitted by June 14th for the second round of funding, which will go out on September 1st. But sounds like you guys are trying to get the first round of funding, so that'll be an April 1st deadline. So here's a list of additional resources available online. The first link will take you to CalRecycle's main SB 1383 implementation webpage, where you can click on different links to find out more about the different requirements. Many of those pages have tools with associated webinars and PowerPoints you can dig into. Our YouTube channel has a lot of our videos and webinars there to watch. The NOIC webpage has an application form and sample resolution, which jurisdictions are not required to use, but they may be helpful if the jurisdiction chooses to submit a notification. There's also the SB 1383 grant webpage that has the grant documents. There's a link on the bottom that takes you to another webpage where you can access FAQs. So thank you for allowing me to present this to you today. I suggest subscribing to the listserv to follow new information that CalRecycle provides. and visiting our website. I've also provided my contact information if you have additional questions or need help with anything else.
Supervisor McGorty.
So I'm guessing that eventually the cost of this program is going to have to be passed on to the end users, and I just wondered if either Dan or Howard have any thoughts, or Amber, about this, about how you know, you on your garbage bill you're paying for compliance with this new legislation.
If I may, through the chair, we in our new Area 2 franchise agreement, we have built in many of the requirements, including collection, a lot of the monitoring, outreach and education, and our rates are relatively the same. Some have gone slightly up and slightly down, but luckily it hasn't led to a huge increase in rates. We still have to amend Area 1 agreement, the Area 1 agreement. And so we're not sure exactly what the result will be in terms of rates there. But yes, a lot of this can be taken on by franchise haulers and the increased costs paid by ratepayers.
I just want to make a comment too, that the reduction of both methane and nitrous oxide gases, which happens when you put organic matter into landfills, is incredibly important, because the potency of those gases as greenhouse gases is many more fold than carbon dioxide in terms of trapping heat in our atmosphere. So this is worth paying for, but it's just, I agree with Supervisor Williams that all of a sudden, plop, here's a new program, figure out how to pay for it. So we have to start thinking about how we're going to structure this.
Director DeShield, do you have an answer for McGorty?
I would just say that, again, Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation, through the chair, what Amber said is correct. We're able, through our franchise agreements, to have our franchise haulers meet the requirements of this law. But the county is going to be impacted. The other departments, your general services agency, your environmental health department, the oversight of restaurants and food providers, there's really not a mechanism to pass that on to end users. And I agree, that the collection of these materials and diverting them from the landfill is important and good. But it's already been said that the county's going to have these other impacts that go beyond what our franchise haulers can do for us and pass on to ratepayers.
Jordy?
Yeah, and I'm sure there's probably web tools that would help us document this, but in looking at reducing greenhouse gas emissions, I mean, I see this as part of our overall strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions as a community. Does your website have, links to reputable sources that could show us what's the effectiveness in these actions in reducing our greenhouse gas emissions? Or I don't know, it just seems like it could be part of our overall project that we're taking on in Mendocino County that is embedded in all of our departments. Hopefully soon our air district will also take this on. And anyway, so I just think that some technical support on your website, or at least references to reputable sources that we could use for our, monitoring our successes would be helpful.
Do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
So not seeing any more hands. Is that any further board comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Laura, I appreciate the presentation, and I'm sure we'll be in contact about funding.
Yes, thank you.
Let's take a 14-minute break and start our closed session at. Is that enough time for everyone? Yeah, let's start our closed session at 12:25. This will be a working lunch. I need to refresh myself on the items. Closed session, we're going to be discussing items 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D. And we should be back approximately 1:30, depending how long closed session runs.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you.
For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Ja, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated.
Reporting out from closed session, item 7A, the board voted unanimously to appoint Darcy Antle as the interim CEO for a period of up to 12 months beginning March 20th, 2022. 7B, the board unanimously recommended that Public Health Transition Director Ann Mulgard be appointed permanently as Public Health Director. 7C, direction was given to staff, and 7D, direction was given to staff. Now, I would like to take a moment on behalf of the board to thank CEO Carmel Angelo for her years of dedicated service, and in particular, the honesty and integrity she has brought to her work for the county. Her shoes will be hard to fill, but we're very glad that she left us with someone as talented and competent as Darcy Antle to handle things during this time of transition. Based on both our own experience and the fact that she has learned under Carmel, we know the county finances are in good hands. Supervisor Jurdy.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Yeah, so I came on to the board after Carmel Angelo was appointed CEO, and I remember my colleagues on the board who hired her and promoted her to being CEO, including Supervisor McCowan and Brown and Pinches, all talking about how she really brought a steady hand to the county budget, that tough decisions or recommendations that the prior CEO was unwilling to make, that she came forward with those recommendations, needed action by the board and requested by the board. And so I think really her legacy with the County of Mendocino is kind of riding the financial ship of the county, bringing expenses within alignment with revenues, and building reserves that didn't exist when the 2008 recession hit, and the county just wasn't prepared for it. So those are some thoughts that I have. And then I think my observations is Assistant CEO Darcy Antle has been just a terrific fiscal manager, and bringing in state and federal grants, knowing how to report on those on the back end so that the county stays in good standing with those state and federal agencies, to be able to receive additional funds in the future because we performed as they requested, oftentimes delivering projects ahead of schedule, being very responsive to board members and county departments. And so I think she's really the right person to fill this role of interim CEO, and while we work on finalizing our strategic planning process and any other actions that we want to take for the organization. Thanks.
Mo?
Thank you. I wanted to thank Carmel Angelo for her role as the CEO for Mendocino County. It has been challenging. There has been a lot of public rhetoric that she has faced as a female and as a leader. And I can't apologize on behalf of those people, but I can recognize the work that she's done for our community and for this county, and thank her for that. And I do. I also really am grateful that Darcy has been willing to step in and take an interim role, and I'm looking forward to having increased collaboration and transparency across all of the departments as we work as the five of us, as the Board of Supervisors, with Darcy to get the strategic plan rolling, to look at the departments that are being merged or unmerged in some cases, and really create a strong agency moving forward so that we're able to give our community the things that they need.
Glenn.
So county government is dynamic, and we are about to enter a period of great change with Carmel leaving, and as we decide a new model of leadership. So in order to maintain continuity, we're confident that we can work with Darcy Antle as our interim CEO. So I've seen Darcy up close working, and I find that she's resourceful, she's hardworking, she's dedicated, and extremely bright about what she does. She follows through, And I know that we'll be comfortable working with her. I also want to thank Carmel Angelo too for all the work that she's done. I've seen her from both sides as a department head as well as somebody who's working for the Board of Supervisors. And she's consistently been a dedicated staff resource to us. And there's never been a time where I couldn't call her or go to her or get information from her. There's a lot of criticism and noise in the community. And all I can say is that consider the source. But what I know from all the supervisors that have worked with her, I've never seen anybody bring anything forth against her saying that she was doing something illegal or unethical. So take that into consideration. Of course, we are seeing her from a different angle than other people do, but I have every confidence that she's executed her job direction from the board, and I wish her well in all future endeavors.
And I'll add that there's a fiction that the CEO is calling the shots. And, I've for the last 3 years, I've talked to Carmel almost every day, multiple times. I think she'll probably be relieved in March to get a break from it. And I think she has a very good read on the supervisors. She can't share information between us, but talking about the broad picture of what we believe in and where we think Mendocino County should go. I think a lot of times she pushes ideas that are in line with who she sees us being, and it can give the impression that the CEO is setting the direction. That's not what I've seen from my seat. I've seen her respecting ideas from myself and from other supervisors and trying to find common threads between us. John?
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate what other people are saying about CEO Angelo, that she has been a tireless advocate for Mendocino County for the last 3 years that I've been on the board. And I'm sure it goes back for the whole 14 years that she's been the CEO. She's a very effective administrator, and I don't see her going against board policy at all. I think that she has done her best to make sure that board policy is carried out, and she does that effectively. Whether people agree with the board policy or not is a question, but I think that she is doing what an effective administrator does, and the county is going to really miss her energy and connections and her expertise. That's well earned throughout the years. At the same time, I'd like to talk about Darcy Antle coming on as the interim CEO. She has a proven expertise in county finances. She's a very hard worker, always accessible, and she's dealt with the crises that Mendocino County has suffered in the last few years. She's really been an effective advocate for what we're trying to do as a county. And I think that her administrative expertise is really needed in this time of transition. So I'm glad that she's stepping up to take on that position when CEO Angelo leaves. Thank you.
All right, so we're moving on to our next agenda item. And I want to remind the board and the public that we're meeting concurrently as the Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, specifically for item 5A, which is related to the formation of an Air Quality Management District Staffing Ad Hoc Committee consisting of 2 directors. And this will be, this is sponsored by the Air Quality Management District.
Director Williams, can I speak as one of the Air District directors?
Go ahead, Director Jordan.
Okay. So I asked for this item to be on the agenda. I wrote the staff summary. So as the board's district board is well aware, the district staff has shrunk to just now 3 people. We do have the former office manager back in as extra help employee to help kind of keep the office running. But we are without a district director. We do have a contract with Lake County to meet the legal requirements, but we don't have a full-time district director at this point working for Mendocino County. And with 6 of the 9 positions vacant, I think it's really kind of a critical moment. And so an opportunity really to sort of make sure that we have the kind of staffing level there that we want, and have the functions that we want out of our air district staff, because we get a chance now to sort of rebuild it from the ground up almost. So anyway, so I'm suggesting that we create an ad hoc committee to work with the 3 existing air district staff members, the interim staff director from Lake County, and the retired office manager, and stakeholders in the community to kind of re-envision the air district staffing and functions, and proposing myself and one other district director to serve as an ad hoc to bring back recommendations.
And you're volunteering?
Yeah.
Glenn, Supervisor McGordy.
I would volunteer as well. I think that this is a critical position for our county, for the health and welfare of everybody, since we all breathe air. It's one of the basic things like water that we need, and I'd be happy to serve in that capacity if no one else wants to do so.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I'd like to move the recommended action with the 2 members being Director Jardy and Director McGordy.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Do we have public comment?
We have no public comment on this item.
Okay, let's vote.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jardy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Clark, are we ready? Do we have staff for item 5B?
I'm a sponsor of that, so I can handle it.
Without Director DeShield?
Yes, we are pulling him in right now.
Okay, let's hear 5B, and this is related to the 7th retroactive agreement to solid waste of Willits, contract 95-040. Sponsors Supervisor Haschak and Department of Transportation.
Well, what this is basically, we approved it the first meeting in January, but the language for the title needed to be clarified some, and to make sure that it was a retroactive amendment. So that's all it's doing. It's stating that it's retroactive.
So, Mr. Chair, Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. Yes, the original item did state that it clarified and corrected some ongoing retroactive miscommunication, but it's still basically the same item that was approved earlier in the year.
Okay.
And what we're trying to do is the temporary rate increase to pay for improvements at Covelo, and then that rate increase will come off again. So it's the same item, just clarified.
Do we have public comment?
No, we do not.
Is there a motion?
Well, I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, seeing no hands, let's conduct a vote.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jardy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 5C, discussion and possible action, including approval of Chief Executive Officer or County Administrative Officer model for the County of Mendocino. Sponsors are Supervisors Mulhern and Jardy.
Brent is not on the line.
Would one of you like to present?
I'll start off. So the board appointed Supervisor Mulhern and myself to look at the existing CEO ordinance that the county of Mendocino has, and to look at the previous CAO ordinance that the county had, and to compare the two together. And we're making, I believe, one recommended change. What we really saw was that the existing CEO ordinance in Mendocino County is really a hybrid between what other counties have in a CEO and a CAO. And specifically, the Mendocino County CEO ordinance always gave the Board of Supervisors the authority to participate in the review of the department heads that were under the that were hired by the CEO. I've got to say, though, with my experience on the board, that sometimes happened, but did not always happen. And so Supervisor Mulhern and I are recommending that we focus on that part of the ordinance, and to make clear that those annual reviews are to take place at the beginning of the year, and for the board to make time at the beginning of the year with some special board meetings to make sure that really happens each year. So that's kind of my high-level summary of what we are recommending. Supervisor Mulhern?
The only thing that I'll add to the conversation before the board deliberates is that moving at this point from a CEO to a CAO may be challenging for whomever receives that position when we're ready to do a recruitment. And I think that was really something that's important to consider, in addition to the fact that the five of us are elected individuals that may or may not have experience in day-to-day operations of a county government. So really having somebody that's a strong leader and can do the functions of a CEO, I think, is incredibly important. The Board of Supervisors, perhaps in the past, was not as forthcoming with the decisions that they were making. And I hope that not only this board, the five of us here today, but future boards will really have ownership in the decisions that are being made, especially those that are made around department heads. I hope that the review of each department head will help alleviate some of that concern that happens from the public.
Do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
Supervisor Haschek?
Thank you, Chair Williams. I think that when we look at this, we really need, well, if we ask the public what they would want, they would probably vote 90% for a CAO. Whether that's the correct way to go or not is, something that we need to decide. But I think what the public really wants is to know the relationship between the board, the CEO or CAO, and the department heads, and to make sure that the public will is being heard, and that the county is doing what the public wants. And so how do we make that relationship between those entities, as responsive as possible? I think that, we've got some organizational things that we need to look at with the CEO model right now about, the clerk of the board. Does that position need to be in the CEO's dominion, or should it be separated so that the board has more control over it? The Office of Emergency Services is also a question about how to handle that. I think, the Cannabis Program is also another question. What's the best way to oversee that? Because anyway, there's a lot of questions about some of the structural issues around how the county is managed. And whether we go CEO or CAO, I think that we need to look at all of those issues. As far as, a CAO, if the board were to evaluate and hire and fire all the department heads, we would be spending a lot of time on that, and we wouldn't be able to do the public work that we need to be doing. I think a lot of that is better left to a CEO or, some administrator who's going to handle that better than we do as a 5-member body. So with that, I think that we do need to look at how we can best support the supervisors in doing their work. I think that there hasn't been the support in the last few years that we really need to be, to be more effective supervisors. If you go to Sonoma County, they each have 3 or 4 staff. And we don't have any staff really for the 5 of us. And so let's look at some of these structural issues while we're determining whether to go CEO or CAO model, and how best to make that relationship responsive to the public.
Supervisor McGorty.
So I've had discussions with several different people who are kind of specialists in county government structure, and a few things really come out loud and clear. And they've said CEO versus CEO system isn't really as important as kind of the relationship that you have with the person who is paid to lead the county. And that's absolutely critical, that you have someone who you trust and you can work with well. And that's why with the interim arrangement that we're making with Darcy Ant will give us time to really study this, to decide what we're going to do. I've worked under both systems, under both the CAO and CEO system. Under the CAO system, what I found was that some of the decision making was a little bit more, a little less centralized, and I found that the relationship with the supervisors as a department head was better. I think that we're somewhat isolated having a CEO because of the nature of the structure of our county government. I also think that there's a lot of power concentrated in the CEO's department that would be good to be diffused somewhat, kind of building on Supervisor Hasjack's comment about how we don't really have any staff. And I think that that's very, very difficult for us to be as effective as we could be. We should have at least someone in the equivalent of a deputy CEO and probably an analyst assigned to us. I'd like to see a better relationship between the clerk of the board and the board of supervisors. These are all things that can be worked out over time. So this needs more study, in my opinion. Talking with older supervisors who have worked under a CAO system, they said that it does take time when, as Supervisor Hasjack pointed out, when you're recruiting staff, if you're involved in department decisions, which sometimes under the CAO system you'd be required to do, you probably would have assignments for some of that. So those are all things we have to think about, how we want to spend our time. Do we want to spend more of our time on legislation and constituent services, or managing departments? These are all issues that have to be taken into consideration if we were to go to a CAO system. I don't think that one system is inherently better than the other, but I feel like this is a good point, because we'll have the opportunity for new leadership. This is a good time for us to carefully evaluate what we're going to do and have a really good discussion with the board about where we want to be and where we want to take Mendocino County government. And ultimately, we want to be responsive to our constituents. We want to be able to help them when they have an issue. We want to be transparent, so everything is out in the open. I think we're all tired of all the criticism we get and all the gaslighting about how we're not responsive, and that we don't run our own county government. That's false. And I think the other thing we're missing is a public information channel that allows us to really control the discussion sometimes when things are kind of careening out of control in the court of public opinion. I think we need to take a more assertive and affirmative approach to communicating what's actually going on.
Jordy.
So in terms of making the county as responsive as we can to community concerns, one thing I'm hoping we're going to see as the board annually reviews all the department heads that report to the CEO, and that we'll have a stronger tie with all of those departments, and ideally with all other departments that don't report to the CEO. I'd love to have a stronger relationship between the board and those departments as well. And in particular, as those departments are able to fill vacant positions, I'd like to see all of the departments in the county take on special projects. I mean, no one wants to go to work and just do the same thing that they did the year before. I mean, everybody should want to go to work and take on new projects, I would think. I would hope. Can't imagine any living life any other way. And so with those departments having what I'm going to call project managers that are working on special assignments, advancing the county forward, taking on new things, I'd really like to see that those staff people in particular work with the supervisors more closely, whether they're physically located at LoGAP or they're physically located at somewhere else, or they're working remotely from their home. I'd like to see a better tie-in with those departments and what I'm going to call special project managers. I think all of our county departments, whether it's DOT, the Air District, planning and building, I think they should every county department should have project managers who are working to move this county forward to make the county more responsive to community priorities. And I think the way to make that work is for them to be in some sort of direct contact with the supervisors. And some of that might even be putting some people in at LoGAP, closer proximity. But anyway, so those are just some ideas that I have that I think we can implement as we move forward.
What are the sponsors looking for today in support? I see the recommended action is to choose a CAO or a CEO model. Is this just to give you some general direction on where we want this to go and you'll come back with more specifics? Mulheron?
Actually, the recommendation was to continue with the CEO model with the changes that we made to the ordinance. So I would ask Supervisors Hashak and McGorty which portions of the ordinance they felt should be changed. I actually think that maybe some of the things that they were discussing are part of the strategic plan and future changes and not really about the CEO, CAO ordinance. So, and the agenda item mentioned the changes that we made and clarified the difference between the two existing CEO, CAO ordinances in Mendocino County. And we provided an org chart with the current layout. So for instance, on the org chart, if there's a question about the COB maybe not being under the executive office, then is that something that we need to discuss right now, or is that something that's part of the strategic plan would be my question.
Chuck?
Yeah, I don't think it's part of the strategic plan. I think they left it. The strategic plan is leaving it to us to figure it out, and hopefully we'll have a structure for figuring that out. But I do think that the org chart needs to be evaluated, and maybe if we make some of those changes that we're looking at to provide more support for the supervisors, then it will be kind of more obvious which way to go with the CEO, CAO. But I think without looking at the org chart first, then it's hard to say, well, it's better to go with the CEO and or whichever way we go. I would like to have a comprehensive look at how we're doing business.
So from my first day, I've just picked up the phone and called department heads. Hopefully I haven't broken the rules, but I'm not seeing a huge difference between the CEO and CAO as far as working with departments. I've never been scolded for it. I think I have a good relationship with department heads. Usually it's calls to ask for clarification or have they considered an idea I have? And sometimes it's gone nowhere. Howard will tell me the financial situation. I realize if there's anything DOT could do to get more miles of pavement, they would have already done it. But I still have that line of communication. In other cases, I have brought agenda items forward because department heads have helped me clarify where we could change course and provide benefit to the public. So I guess I'm curious to hear from the other supervisors. Do you feel today with the CEO model, you don't have a line of communication with department heads?
No, I think we do, because in some cases, depending upon how the individual personalities, they might want you to go through the CEO's office if you have requests for information or something to specific department members or department heads rather. And as we look at this org chart, my only comment is I would like to get some feedback from the department chairs themselves, what they think. so that it's not just completely us making a decision without anybody else looking at it with us. Also, the way that the CEO, clerk of the board is organized.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Glenn muted himself, I think.
Oh, I'm back. I don't know what happened. There's a blip on my computer. So I also kind of question the way that we have the CEO and clerk of the board organized, and I'm not sure that that's the most efficient way to do it, and would like to explore that a little bit more.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. The org chart that's being presented is only for the executive office, not for the entire county. So I think that that's, you know, the idea or intention of this agenda item was to focus specifically on the CEO versus CAO ordinance that the county of Mendocino has. The relationship to the board, the relationship to the department heads in reviewing the ordinance really have very little factor in between the two. It's truly up to the Board of Supervisors and each individual elected official, how we're interacting with each other, how we're interacting with department heads, whether those are elected department heads or non-elected department heads. So it's.
Yeah, but how about communications from department heads coming back up to us? Is that something under consideration?
Yeah, that would happen during the annual review. That was the intention of the annual review, is that the 5 of us would meet with those department heads. And I also just would like to throw out there, and I've said this in other meetings, and I'll say it again, I don't personally need a staff person. I am doing just fine with managing my agenda items and my calendar. And I understand that not every one of us that's elected does things the same way. So if we're going to consider in the future what that looks like, I have some concerns about that resource, about that funding, and I don't think it's necessary to have that conversation today with this item, but I would want to look at some kind of pooled resource and not staff for each individual supervisor, because each elected person may have a different workflow.
Is the ad hoc unified on recommending the CEO model?
We're unified on our recommendations to further refine what I would call a modified CEO ordinance for Mendocino County.
Okay, so I'm looking at I think what confused me, I'm looking at the recommended action, and it's approve chief executive officer or county administrative officer model for County of Mendocino.
Thank you for that. And I think it probably should have been the CEO ordinance draft that was attached to the item.
Got it. CEO Angelo, do you have any guidance for us?
Chair Williams, thank you. I just wanted to make a couple historical perspectives. The departments that were consolidated into the executive office were done so over a decade at the direction of the board based on money. If you look at all of the consolidation, we were at a point where we were eliminating department heads. And every time we eliminated a department head, that was a savings of a couple $100,000. So I bring that up because you're in a position now where you're developing a strategic plan and you're hoping that the budget will follow the strategic plan rather than all of the county services following the budget, though we know how important the budget is. But my point is that as an example, when you talk about the clerk of the board versus the executive office, the clerk of the board was consolidated into the executive office, and then that department head position was eliminated, and the existing clerk of the board became a deputy CEO, and then, of course, like I said, the COB was consolidated. That was done based on finances, and it works when you have enough resources. And I would say that when we consolidated the clerk of the board into the executive office, we did have 5 staff in the clerk of the board at the time. And we consolidated down to 2 to 3. But when we did that, some of the activities of the clerk of the board were taken over by the executive office. General services was the same way. So when you think about GSA and central services, facilities, maintenance, all of that, that was all consolidated, and that was at the direction of the board again, and that actually became one of my 5-year goals. And that consolidation actually was advantageous to the county. But my point is that those consolidations were done based on a very tough budget. And so that's something to take into consideration, that as you move forward with any changes you want to make, you might be able to make those changes, develop a better model, because you don't have this our finances going over the cliff. Though I'm not saying we're wealthy, I'm just saying at that point in time, that was a way to consolidate. Every couple $100,000 that we saved was a good savings. Along with that, I know there have always been discussions around board aides, and I appreciate Supervisor Mulherin and Supervisor McGorty discussing this, always about board aides. And the decision was, and this was really before anybody, I know Supervisor Jurdy was on the board, but he wasn't part of this discussion at the time, was do we go ahead and staff the supervisors with board aides, or do we really look at the salaries of the supervisors? And the goal of increasing the salary for the supervisors was not just to give the supervisor a raise. It was to actually improve what we do so that when the positions become open, you have more people in the community that want to run for that position. If you have a salary of $45,000, which is still a fairly good salary, but you're raising a family, you may not be able to do that. It may be very difficult. So I bring that up because the decision was, and I brought the salary increase to the board. 2009, we did a community meeting and took recommendations from members of the community regarding the board salaries and board aides, and then later, a few years after that, we brought the raise forward. But the decision was no board aides, salary increase for the board. That will help us to recruit more people to come in and run for supervisor. So I just throw some of that historical perspective. And the only other thing I would say is that, this has been an ongoing discussion really for a couple years. I think that what's really important, I've said this before, I've said it over the last couple months, it is the truth, that whether it's a CEO or a CAO, that person is a staff person to the Board of Supervisors. Whether you have a CAO, they report to the board. Whether you have a CEO, they report to the board. The difference is the coordinated effort between all of the department heads. That's what I would say as a key difference. And that's really all I would say. I appreciate being able to speak about this. I think it is a big decision. I think any way you go, you would have a good model. I personally like the CEO model because I think it gives everybody actually a little more flexibility. And, the stronger your administrator is, the stronger the board is. And the stronger the board is, the more they can research and come up with good policy that's implemented by the staff. The only other thing is regarding the Office of Emergency Services. This is a key issue, whether you have a CEO or a CAO. I did ask Sheriff Matt Kendall and Brent Blazer to be here on the meeting today in case this board moved toward discussing the Office of Emergency Services. This is definitely, we never know what's going to happen on any given day. And this is really an area that I hope that the board will spend some time on, not necessarily today, but sometime around emergency services, and really determine in this next model, whatever you go to, that you make some decisions, some key decisions about OES. The way that we've always run it, of course, is the sheriff, public safety, boots on the ground. They certainly do response. We've been doing recovery and also attempting to staff and work with the OES coordinator on the EOC. But I think that we've reached a point where some of the lines have moved, and I think it's because we've had so many events that it's not so easy to stick to any one model. So I'm really hoping that the board will have some dialogue about that. And I don't know if that's something you'd like to talk about today, but as I said, I did invite Sheriff Kendall and our OES coordinator, Brent Blazer, on this Zoom in case the board did bring this up. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern, is OES within the scope of your item?
I would look towards Supervisor Jody, but I don't believe that that was part of the discussion that we had when we were discussing CEO versus CAO. A lot of our conversation revolved really around department heads and the role of the board.
Supervisor Jody, do you concur?
Yeah, that was really the focus of what we thought our task was for the board.
Okay, I think we should keep it to the original scope. And I will note there's an fire and EMS ad hoc. It's been looking at a fire warden position that may have OES overlap. So I want to be careful that we don't have 3 supervisors working towards the same concept. So let's keep OES out of it for today, but obviously the board needs to come back to that topic. Is there any public comment?
No, there is not.
Supervisor Hascheck?
Yeah, why don't we bring this back in about a month and we look at the org chart, we look at OES, we look at the clerk of the board and how it might fit into whichever way we go with the CAO, CEO, because it doesn't seem like we need to make a decision on that CEO ordinance right now. And so I would say, let's look comprehensively at what we're doing and bring that back as an agenda item in a month.
Would the sponsors let us know, is that in line with their expectations, or what support do you want from us today?
It's not aligned with my expectation that the CEO CAO conversation be tied to OES. If Supervisor Hascheck needs to further look at the org chart and wants to evaluate that more before we move forward with the CEO CAO ordinance, and again, that org chart is only for the executive office and truly the work of the board and the policymakers, then we can bring that back. I would have hoped that he would have brought changes today for what that should be. So I'm not sure what work the ad hoc needs to do in the meantime, or if perhaps there just needs to be more study amongst the full board before we have another deliberation on this topic.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I'd like a little bit more time to think about this. We also are going to have a presentation of our strategic plan, which I think could help influence this. And if there's no urgency, I would rather take a little bit more time for input from also other people who might be seeing this for the first time. You didn't provide an org chart for a CIO system. So is this because you think this is the way to go?
This is our current org chart. So if you have changes that you think should be made, then that is something that we could consider, I suppose, at a later date.
Can I invite a motion?
Well, I'll move that we bring this back to consider the org chart, the structure of CEO, CAO models, and incorporate, especially looking at the clerk of the board and the Office of Emergency Services when we bring it back in a month.
So I have a question about that. When you say we, are you asking the ad hoc to do some more work and come back? Who is the we?
Well, I think all the board needs to be coming up with ideas about where we're going to go with this. But if we have an agenda item for February, then let's come back with rethinking how we can do this. Because right now we're just supposed to be considering the CAO, CEO models without considering the org charts or the strategic plan and how that might fit together.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just would ask, because I don't have a lot to bring back to the board at a future meeting beyond what we brought the board. So if any board member between now and then has new suggestions, I think it's kind of on them to bring to that agenda item. They can work with staff to develop their own, presentation on their own suggestions, and then we could just consider, 2 or 3 different alternatives at that meeting.
McGordy?
I would second Supervisor Hasjack's motion.
Well, I don't, so discussion, you could do that. You could also just not take any action today.
Okay.
It's kind of your choice.
All right. Well, in that case, I'd say let's not take action today. Let's think about this a little bit more and consider all possibilities following our discussion with the strategic plan.
And to make sure we follow the Brown Act, obviously Jurdy and Mulhern can't talk to anyone else. I won't be talking to any of you about this. McGordy and Hasjack collaborate. I don't think that's a violation, but I hope we're all really careful. We're kind of going in the opposite direction of having a committee here. We formed a committee. Committee brought a proposal, and we're saying all 5 of us should bring ideas. I don't know if that's the best process.
So I would just say we may have a little less urgency as of this afternoon, because the board has taken action to designate Assistant CEO Darcy Annell as interim city or county administrator CEO effective March 20th. So maybe we have a little less urgency on this ordinance at this point than we thought we had a couple months ago.
So is the maker comfortable just directing staff to bring this back on an agenda in about a month from now, or do you want to vote?
Well, I'm all right if it gets brought back, but I do think that we need to continue working on this and look at, structural changes if that's what the board wants. If we want to just keep the status quo with a tweak of, doing these evaluations, then that's one thing. But if we really want to look at how we're doing business, then it needs to be brought back as an agenda item, and that's what I'm hearing.
Who, when we say staff, who's the ad hoc been working with?
We've worked with Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO, on this. She has extensive HR background.
Is she comfortable working with 5 supervisors on different proposals, or how do you want to work this?
I would think she'd be comfortable doing that, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, if everyone's comfortable, let's move on, and staff is directed to bring this item back in approximately 1 month.
And if I could just make one final comment, I think many of the issues that the supervisors are raising are really outside of the scope of the ordinance. I think they're sort of implementation pieces that aren't actually in the ordinance.
So the expectation when it comes back is we keep the current scope. We don't want scope creep where we start talking about all sorts of other positions in the county structure. We're talking about the chief executive. Looks like there's agreement.
Yes.
Okay. So let's move on. Item 4F, discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation. Is this a ledge platform update? Or just ratification?
Yeah.
This executive office.
Chair Williams, Deputy CEO Judy Morris is here. She does have an item for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. We have 2 quick things. I will first kick off with, since the last time we met, of course, you saw that the governor proposed a $286 billion budget, which is about 9% larger than last year, over $30 billion in surplus, and about $35 billion that is slated for budgetary reserve as a result of Prop 2, if you recall that a few years ago. So I just wanted to give you those highlights on the budget that we're going to see moving in the next couple of months before it becomes final at the state level. And next time we can go into even some more detail on where he's slated for some of that, the budget to go. So I just wanted to highlight that, which did happen since we met on the 4th, I believe. So In addition, you should see as an attachment a letter from the Mendocino County Water Agency to the stakeholders. This is kind of our first step forward with our partners at GEI, and I do have Director of Transportation, Howard DeShiel, to speak to this. This is just a letter that we need the chair to sign as a survey to our various community partners in the world of water to take some ideas from them through this survey. And with that, I will turn this over to Howard DeShiel just to go into a few more details.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShiel, your Director of Transportation. Yes, as you'll recall, the board did direct staff, not just Department of Transportation, the Water Agency Division, but the CEO's office in last June, I believe it was, to look at a new standalone water agency. And to that end, we are under contract with a consultant to help guide us through that. Because this is really a board initiative and because a letter from the board will have more, well, it'll just be stronger, maybe noticed more by our stakeholders. We're just asking that you would let the chair send this out. And then we hope the survey will give our consultant and ourselves some really good information about what a new water agency looks like.
Is there any public comment?
There is not.
Can I invite a motion? Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I move support of this survey going out under the name of the chair and the Board of Supervisors.
Second that.
Vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Item 4E, the CEO's report we heard earlier. Item 5D, Supervisors Reports. Do we have any reports? Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so at the end of last year, I asked for a meeting with the key leadership staff at the auditor's office and the treasurer's office and the CEO's office to just understand what their staffing levels were. And so this goes to an issue that Supervisor Haschak brought up earlier today. So I wanted to give a report here at our board members. And I did ask Supervisor McGorty to join me. We obviously weren't an ad hoc because we weren't formed as an ad hoc, but I asked him because of his past experience as being basically a county department head, because I know that he kind of sees things probably a little differently than the rest of us having had that experience. And so we did meet with the assistant treasurer and the assistant auditor, acting auditor, controller. And the two issues we primarily heard from both departments was that they both had sort of longstanding vacancy issues. And they also were having difficulty with just extra work, really, and some technical difficulty with the new software system, the Aumentum software system. And so at the time I was thinking it might make sense for us to create an ad hoc, which I would do at this point, on those issues with those two departments. But I'm also, as a member of the ad hoc committee on IT with Supervisor Williams, we've been meeting now basically weekly with the IT department. And a big part of our reports that we're hearing from IT is what specifically are they doing to assist those two departments and the assessor's office to help them with their integration of the Aumentum, the property software. So I think actually some real progress is being made by the IT department on their assistance to those departments. And And then the other is the CEO's office has asked, and I believe we've gotten an assignment of one specific key person in the HR department to assist those two departments with their vacancies. So given the fact that HR is already assigning one person to work with those offices on the vacancies, and the IT department ad hoc is meeting with the IT department on a weekly basis, and we already have an ad hoc committee to work on the fiscal year 2021 or 21-22 budget, which we're in right now. I think actually probably it's probably cleaner for us to not create an ad hoc committee specifically about the merger of the offices of auditor and treasurer, but instead to keep working with those departments through the IT ad hoc committee, which again, we've been focused mostly on their departments right now, and with the budget ad hoc committee to meet specifically with them among all the other departments, but to hear about their vacancies, what, if anything, can be done to reclassify positions so they have more successful recruitments. So that was kind of an update to the whole board. And my recommendation at this point, we don't create any new ad hocs, but make sure that the full board is aware of what the existing ad hocs are doing to assist those two departments in filling their vacant positions, getting the support that they're requesting to work with their with this new software, and which is all in preparation for next year's budget, because next year's budget, half of next fiscal year will be with two departments, and half of next fiscal year will be with a combined department. So I think we've got things covered really with our two existing ad hocs, the budget and the IT ad hoc at this point. But I just want to make sure the full board knew of some meetings have been going on, and the support of IT and HR and the CEO's office to the auditor controller's office and to the treasurer's office.
Supervisor Haschek.
All right, well, I've got my ad hoc reports. So Supervisor McGordy and I met as a Wildlife Exclusionary Services ad hoc with Rich Molinari, two representatives from CDFW, and Michelle Lute from Project Coyote. We talked about how to deal with large predators, depredation permits, and lending libraries. The next step is to set up a guidance committee in February to discuss the lending library, rancher-to-rancher communication, farmer-to-farmer education. The debris removal and fire cleanup ad hoc that Supervisor McGordy and I are on met with Travis Kilmer and a lot of staff from the County Council's office, Planning and Building, Executive Office, Environmental Health, Air Quality, and we agreed to use El Dorado County's program as a template for debris removal on state-declared disaster areas. We're meeting again tomorrow to go over, to make sure that that program is acceptable for Mendocino County. And then strategic planning ad hoc had the town halls on January 5th, 6th, and 7th. Supervisor McGordy probably has more to say about the strategic planning. NCRA met yesterday, and our next meeting, I think, will be as the Great Redwood Trail Agency. Supervisor McGordy and I met with the West Business Center to make revisions to the proposal for economic development services to Mendocino County. The housing ad hoc of Supervisor Jurdy and myself is going to meet tomorrow with Dr. Keith Taylor from UC Davis Extension and housing advocates from Mendocino County. The Human Resources Director ad hoc met, and we have several applications, and we'll be reviewing those. Headhunter firms that we have contacted do not have the capacity to take us on, so we're doing it ourselves. And then with the drought ad hoc, we are drafting recommendations. That's Supervisor McGordy and myself. We are drafting recommendations for an agenda item for March 15th to better regulate water extraction and water hauling. We're planning for our February 10th public meeting And we also talked with state officials about a grant application for arsenic testing in water wells throughout the county, which seems to be a increasing issue, especially with drought conditions. And the Cannabis Ad Hoc met with the Mendocino Cannabis Program staff and went through several applications and reviewed the process used in the portal. Let's see, we're looking for an update on equity grants and the portal submission. And so we're looking for a public meeting for next week so that we can have public and the supervisors and the program talk. And I think Supervisor McGordy and I are requesting a special board meeting so that we can deal with some of the key issues that are surrounding the cannabis program, especially that have to do with policy. I think that we have a couple hours worth of work to do that the whole board needs to chime in on. So we're requesting that meeting for as soon as possible.
Supervisor Hatchak, I'm available. The clerk of the board just needs to contact me to get a confirmed date.
Great.
And the same for me. The only thing I ask is that there be a specific proposal rather than asking what do you supervisors want to do. I found on cannabis it goes a whole lot better if somebody shows up with specific language.
Right, we will have recommendations.
Great. Supervisor Haschak, is that all?
Yeah, I think that was it.
Well, thank you. So Supervisor Haschak reported on most of our activities. Just a couple other points to the dilemma of putting together the treasurer, tax collector, and auditor controller. We also offered, which I hope that they will think about seriously, about bringing in kind of consultant help. There are organizations like RGS which can bring in skilled people if they're behind on some of their implementation of software and those kinds of things. So there is short-term help available to fill gaps so that they can get caught up. So that's something that I just wanted to also put on the table so that everybody knows about it. We're really trying to put resources into making this work, and we're dedicated to having a successful outcome on that. Just a couple of real quick things on water. So again, Potter Valley project still continues to be an ongoing drama. So I mentioned it earlier this morning with Osama and Wood about how we should be filling more water into Lake Mendocino right now while there's ample flow in the Eel River. And the partners of the two basin solution, two of them are kind of opposed to it. The Caltrout and Humboldt County don't want any additional water to flow beyond the 45 cubic feet per second bypass flow that's going around the generating equipment, which is hard to understand because one of the ideas behind the two basin solution is that we would only fill Lake Mendocino when there was ample water in the Eel River, which is right now. So this would be a chance to really demonstrate that that works, and we're missing an opportunity. I'm very, very concerned for low lake levels again in Lake Mendocino. That's the water supply for not only us, but close to 600,000 people plus fish and wildlife. And we're again facing kind of some desperate situations this year if we don't see more runoff. The other thing that probably we're facing is going to be potentially curtailments on the Russian River like last year. We're really kind of negotiating with the State Water Resources Control Board to have voluntary conservation agreements so that we wouldn't have to completely lose water like we did last year where many water rights were totally canceled. We'd like to have a more equitable system that could allow people to irrigate over a longer period of time with less water and potentially be a little bit more equitable in terms of how that's handled. There also the Mendocino Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission is going to start a survey to see if there's any interest in potentially raising funds for specifically for water issues inside of the footprint of pretty much the Russian River watershed via a parcel tax or some other method. So these are all things that are happening in the water community right now. Finally, the weather's beautiful. It's a little too beautiful. We'd like to see some rain, and there doesn't seem to be much on the horizon. So kind of finish my discussion with pray for rain.
I attached the results of a survey I put out to the public on housing. And it's the only attachment on the supervisor's report. I'd appreciate it if in your own time you take a look at it. It's 10 questions related to housing, and there's 327 people who responded. Supervisor Haschak.
Just to follow up to the request for a special meeting on cannabis. So how will we get the word out and determine the date? You know, so
I think you ask the clerk of the board to poll supervisors, and they'll work out a date where there's a majority of us, hopefully all of us, available.
Okay, very good.
And it would be helpful if you could give the clerk your agenda items at that time so they can estimate how long. And if there's cannabis items generally can have a lot of public comment. And so I would prefer if you could try to find a way to logically combine rather than have 10 cannabis items. Maybe you can get it down to 2 or 3, because otherwise we're going to spend the whole day in public comment. And I think board meetings are surprisingly expensive when you add up all the staff that's involved. CEO Angela.
Thank you, Chair Williams. We have 4 days of meetings in February. And so in talking with the clerk, can the cannabis meeting wait until March? And additionally, we do need to do a special closed session on the Potter Valley project. So it would be good to consolidate, if we're going to schedule an extra meeting, consolidate that Potter Valley project closed session in the morning and then cannabis after that. So I would ask the supervisors if early March will work.
Well, if I could chime in, one of the problems with waiting until March is that the equity grant is supposed to end in February, and we haven't gotten any money out yet, and we don't know what the status is of the $3 million that might have to go back to the state. So that's one of the issues that we're going to look at. And, you know, at this point, I don't know. I mean, it would be better to have it in February.
I have a suggestion. I imagine the cannabis program or cannabis department, as it may be, is also working on the same items of the same topic. CEO Angela, how do you recommend the cannabis program and all 5 supervisors look at forecasting for items that are currently slated for the months ahead? Because I think this may be somewhat redundant.
Yeah, so Chair Williams, I was just again talking with our clerks. What we can do is we have 2 meetings, the 1st and the 8th, and then of course the 24th and 25th are special closed session on the performance evaluations. So we could take, if we could take an afternoon, if we can clear up, I don't know how many hours you think you need for cannabis. We have a list from your cannabis department head of topics that need to be discussed and need to be brought to the board. So my guess is they're the same. But if you're asking about the coordination of these items, any items that the supervisors think could be sent to the clerk, and we could get the cannabis department heads items too, and then we can compare. So we're doing just one meeting with all of the issues. So if we could do cannabis in 4 or 5 hours and Potter Valley project in 2 hours, we could try to clear either the 1st or the 8th. Unless we schedule a special meeting on the 15th. But we have 4 days of meetings in February. And the 2 days of closed session will be, I think, quite intense. So I would much rather try to clear some time on the 1st or the 8th. Atlas?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Yeah, essentially we have a meeting on the 1st and the 8th. We have standing committees on the 28th. We have 2 full days of closed session on the 24th and the 25th. So, you know, from Clerk of the Board's perspective, we don't just have the meeting day to worry about. We have publishing deadlines, execution deadlines. You know, managing all the records after the meetings is not a small task, as well as, you know, minutes, everything. So that's kind of where we're at on this. I would say in March, we only have the 1st and the 15th so far scheduled, so we do have more time to work with in there. But currently we are pretty strapped for time.
So we would take items, if the cannabis meeting has to happen in February, and I understand about the equity grant, so that's understood, then we will take items that were slated for the 1st and the 8th of February and move them to March. So if the board members have had items that are coming on the 1st and the 8th, those items may be moved to March so we can have a full day, 6 hours of cannabis and 2 hours of Potter Valley project.
I have a question. The 4 hours of cannabis that we're anticipating, can somebody confirm that all of these items are for action? It's not updates to the board, because if it's just information, you can call Kristen and she'll tell you what's going on, and we could ask her to put the information out there for the public. I don't want to use board meeting time to have long slideshows that we could all read in our own time. So I hope these items are seeking board support for action.
Yeah. So Chair Williams, what about the possibility of us just getting some time on the 8th for the equity grant? So we do the equity grant on the 8th, and then we do the rest of the cannabis items in March. And I would ask Supervisor Haschak if that would work. I mean, we would do the equity grant on the 8th, but everything else then in March, and then we don't have to change everything. And in thinking about the Potter Valley project, Supervisor McGorty, it's my understanding from IWPC that they really won't have the information they want until after February 15th. So then we would be moving Potter Valley project back to the first meeting in March.
As checked, does that work for you?
Yeah, it does. And I don't think that the equity grant will take that long. I think that there's some issues with the taxes that we need to deal with that's actionable. And I think that we could put the other off until March.
Okay. And I'm going to ask, when that, not to get into the details, but if there's something related to taxes, make sure you come with language and that, you know, it's supported by the state and so forth. So we don't get in a predicament where we say, well, we're in favor, but we need to check with the state. I hope that can be done in advance so that it's all ready for board action. McGorty?
So I'm okay with moving the Potter Valley project. I don't want us to move our strategic plan discussion back into March because you've already delayed it a month. We need to keep moving on that.
Not seeing any hands. It looks like we have a plan.
We have the strategic plan scheduled for February 1st. So that item, we're not planning on moving that. So right. I'm not sure what we're moving on the 8th. That's Atlas has had some good ideas, but so it'll be equity on the 8th. Thank you.
Clerk, can you confirm that all we've heard all agenda items today?
Yes, we have, but we do need to call for public comment on this one.
Okay. Do we have public comment?
We do. First in the line is Michael Katz, followed by Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for discussing these various meetings that are so important to be happening at the end of this meeting. I appreciate that. I sincerely look forward to the meeting that Supervisors McGorty and Haschek discussed that would include the ad hoc and MCP and stakeholders potentially as early as next week to discuss items that are certainly in need of discussion. We look forward to discussing the equity items that are challenging us on the 8th. Certainly, if it was possible to have a specific meeting that could come with plenty of actionable recommendations, many of which have already been made in our op-ed and the attached addendum. There are specific suggestions and recommendations that we would be happy to bring. If there was a way to do that on February 15th, as the clerk of the board mentioned, might be open, that would be incredible. Because many of these issues are existential and people are literally every day having to decide if they can maintain their business into this coming year or not. So every day that we delay with questions about the portal and questions about the new state jurisdictional grant that's coming in, we risk losing more and more businesses, and those folks risk losing their homes. So we're not just talking about businesses, we're talking about land, we're talking about the fabric of our community. So I encourage you to reconsider and to have a full cannabis meeting on the 15th of February, where we can certainly come with plenty of actionable ideas. Again, some actionable ideas that have already been provided, such as the red line recommendations from Hannah Nelson on fallowing. Those items could be implemented quickly. We would like to have some of those brought to the board sooner than later. So, delaying that type of item, the fallowing specifically, until March will put people in a disadvantageous situation. So if there's any way that we can continue this conversation after my comment is complete and decide to have more time to discuss some of these issues before March, it would really mean a lot to the entire licensed cannabis community. So I urge you to acknowledge that and to change that idea now, if you can. Thank you so much. I sincerely hope that that happens. Thanks.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, board. I am hoping to get some support from Supervisor McGurty on the decisions facing farmers, particularly around fallowing. In any other type of agriculture, if you need to not plant, you can take that time off, you can plant other crops. But with cannabis, we've only got the 1 year. And with the market collapse that none of us saw coming, particularly this quickly, it's vital. And waiting till March for farmers to have to make that decision of whether they're going to plant, what they're going to do, it would really help. And I know that you're crunched on time. I know this is expensive, so I'm not going to run on, but if you could please address the fallowing issue, because as Michael Katz says, if you look at the real estate market, properties are going up for sale. People are losing their homes, pre-foreclosure. So really appreciate any help you can get on, give the farmers on this issue. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Supervisor McGorty.
I do wonder how long it would take to get through a conversation on the following issue of allowing people to not plant. And it doesn't seem like that's a huge change in policy. And I just wonder if that could be included in one of the February meetings.
I would support the ad hoc on including that if you come with red line language ready for a vote.
I think we can do that.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that too. And so maybe we could tag it on to the equity agenda item.
Clerk, can you confirm?
What would you like me to confirm?
That you have time on that meeting for both items?
I mean, we're already currently over allocated for the 8th. I believe that we're going to have to move things to make room for the equity item. I believe we could probably move something else if we need to include this following thing with it.
Yeah, so I was against having a special meeting just for cannabis as an all day, but I guess I'd like to revisit that with the board. Do any of you feel that it would be more effective to just put all cannabis on one day? Otherwise, I think there are items that'll come out over the next several months.
Chair Williams?
Yep.
A question for the two standing committees that are scheduled for February. If those two standing committees met in March instead of February, and we took that one day that the clerk of the board's office was going to staff two standing committees, would that be a way of creating an extra board day to have and deal with all the cannabis items all at once?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. It does seem like that would be a feasible option. We could move that standing committee from February 28th, and we could move it over to, I think, March 28th would be the best day for that. And we could potentially do an all-day meeting on that Monday.
McCordy?
Well, it seems like these things are pretty timely. If there's a way of fitting them in earlier in February, that would be the way to do it. And then it kind of also cuts it down on the other end when we finally do bring up other cannabis items. So it'll probably be on the portal. So that's timely as well, but could probably, wait a little bit later in the month if necessary.
Atlas, could you give us the deadline for agenda submissions for that meeting?
For the 28th?
Yeah.
Being that it's originally a standing committee meeting, it's a little bit different. Working it out in my head, I would say if we were doing it like a Board of Supervisors meeting, the deadline would actually be Monday, February 14th to turn stuff into Clerk of the Board.
Can the ad hoc get all of their agenda summaries in by the 14th, finalized?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
I was going to mention that I'm happy to be flexible with my time. The NACO conference, I don't believe that anybody is attending in person. I've registered for virtual attendance, but that's a full week. That's blocked off. That probably isn't necessary to be flexible with that time. I'm also wondering, and I'm not sure what the ad hoc is going to propose, if these items could possibly be on consent, particularly the following items. So just a thought.
So cannabis items historically on consent have almost always been pulled. I mean, if you bring language ready to go and it's reasonable, I'm not pulling it. So if you think that if everybody here can kind of commit to not turning it into a whole day, we could fit some of these on consent on other meetings. Otherwise, I think we need the special meeting deadline the 14th for all of your attachments and agenda summaries, a meeting on the 28th.
I guess I don't see these as consent calendar items. But
okay, then they'll only have one to pull it. So I think we should go with the 28th as an all-day cannabis meeting. It looks like we have agreement.
Well, just a quick question for John. So on the equity grant, so what do we still stick with that earlier in the month? Because those are kind of timely.
Yeah, it was a good idea to bring that up in early February. So, and that would just be pretty much one issue.
And how much time do you think it would take for us to work through that?
An hour.
Does that include public comment?
Yeah.
Chair Williams, if the equity grant and the fallowing policies are really time sensitive, maybe they could be moved to the 15th. And then on the 28th, any items that the clerk of the board and the chair feel are unrealistic to deal with on the 15th and need to be moved could be moved to the morning of the 28th. And then the afternoon of the 28th, or as soon as those first two items or three items are moved to the 28th, they're dealt with, then we can handle cannabis for the rest of the day on the 28th. And that way we've dealt with the two most time sensitive issues on the 15th.
That sounds good.
Chair Williams, I'm sorry, I must have missed something. I thought we were talking about having meetings on the 1st and the 8th, and on the 8th, we would handle the equity item, and then we were moving the standing committee on the 28th and turning that into a board meeting, a regular board meeting. So you have 3 regular board meetings in February and 2 all-day closed session days. Is that right? I did not think we were adding the 15th as an extra meeting.
Okay, I misspoke. I didn't mean to add another meeting there. I guess it was the 8th, not the 15th, that we
Yeah.
were juggling some items that maybe are a little less time sensitive to the 28th in order to
Yes.
accommodate. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. And then what we can do, Supervisor McGorty, is see if we can do the IWPC Potter Valley project item also on the 28th. And then that would give IWPC enough time to do the work that they need to do. So I think that way we're overloading the clerks, but they can handle this, I think. So the 8th would be equity. The 28th is a new meeting. We'll add that on the 1st, and that will be a cannabis meeting and a water meeting. And then we will not add the 15th.
Carmel, one last question. If for the item on the 8th, what's the deadline for the agenda summary for the ad hoc?
Well, the deadline for everything else for that meeting was Monday. I would say at the absolute latest, due to the 3 back-to-back meetings and 2 clerk staff that we have, the absolute latest that we would be comfortable taking an item like that would probably be Thursday at 5.
Can the ad hoc commit to getting it complete and by end of day tomorrow?
Yes. Or Thursday.
Including working with the cannabis program?
Yeah.
We'll have to.
Okay, are we ready to adjourn?
Chair Williams, the only thing is that Kristen Nevedal is not here in this meeting, and so my only concern is that we have made all these decisions and we have not included the cannabis department head. And I do have Deputy CO Judy Morrison here, who has been our liaison with cannabis. I believe that the cannabis ad hoc is meeting on Friday. So I don't know if the outcome of that ad hoc meeting will change anything that we've already talked about. So we could move forward as is, I think, knowing that there might be some flexibility based on the cannabis department head, I would think. Is there, oh wait, she just joined us. Oh, yay, okay. Chair Williams, could we ask Kristen Nevedal to speak on what we've been talking about, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Kristen, we're ready for you if you'd like to speak.
Well, if someone would be so kind as to provide me some background about what is being asked of the cannabis program, I'm not sure the context at this time. I haven't been following the meeting.
So has the cannabis program been working with the cannabis ad hoc on these items?
I'm not aware of any items on the agenda today for cannabis. So I'm really not sure what items you're referencing. My apologies.
The cannabis ad hoc has an item related to equity that they would like heard on the meeting on the 8th. Is that in concert with the program?
Would someone please tell me what the item is about equity? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what I'm being asked to bring back by the 8th.
Supervisor Haschek, can you?
Yeah, it's about the taxes and any kind of manual changes we need to make for tax relief for these people.
And those items would have to be prepared and presented to the clerk of the board by
end of day Thursday.
I think that's going to be a little bit challenging. I mean, I think that's challenging. I mean, I think there's going to be some implementation questions that we still have that are outstanding as far as how we might implement a tax line item or budget item. So cannabis business taxes is one piece, and how we would implement that in reference to the grant program, I think still has some mechanisms that would need to be figured out. And so if we're
Kristen, I
looking for
want to be
just a
careful.
question
I
about
want to be careful that we don't
direction,
get into the details because we don't have this item agendized for today. So we're only talking about the meeting and whether we can get a document submitted to the clerk by end of day Thursday. So if the program doesn't have that ready, does the ad hoc have it ready? Do you have the changes in mind? Maybe you need to finalize it, but you basically have a document ready to go.
no, the cannabis program does not have an agenda item ready to go on either of these items.
Does the ad hoc?
Well, we would have to work on it.
Can
So
you
we don't
have
have
the-
it ready to go at this moment, but we have some ideas about what it should look like.
Right. I would discourage us from committing to having an item submitted by end of day Thursday that covers these items unless it's a very simple item that directs staff to pursue it. I just I
McGordy, do you have a sense? I know you don't have a red line policy manual and the other documents, but do you have it in your head? Is it just a matter of typing it out? Or do you actually need to work with stakeholders and brainstorm and go through iterations of drafts? I'm trying to get it.
Yeah, we got to work with stakeholders on this. We have some information that's been redlined, but it makes me nervous that our department's not available to really work on this. I don't want to bring this up in a vacuum.
Yeah, we're already have meetings packed for Wednesday, so I'm not going to have staff available for Wednesday. And I have most of my day Thursday is packed working with staff on reviews. I really don't feel prepared to prep agenda items by close of business on Thursday. I don't necessarily have the staff to do that.
What's the harm? This is for both the program and the ad hoc. What's the harm in waiting until the 28th?
I don't think there is harm, to be honest with you. I mean, we're talking about the 8th of February versus the 28th of February.
Correct.
And I don't see the harm. There are a number of applications, grant applications that are in the queue. And I think if we wait until the 8th to add direction or to provide direct grants that include some sort of tax reform and or other simplifications in hopes that those remedies will be available for this funding cycle, I think that is not a realistic timeline. Because if this funding cycle closes on January 28th, potentially, trying to do a bunch of grant amendments in the last 2 weeks, run them through Cobblestone, which is usually a 2+ week process. That's a recipe for disaster potentially for our staff and the applicants, thinking that it makes sense to wait and not complete grant applications so we can move forward with issuing awards.
Yeah. So Glenn, I support you on whatever you decide, but if the ad hoc hasn't started working with the department head and you have 48 hours, I don't know if you're going to get the best outcome. I think more time might be better, but I want to also hear from Supervisor Haschek.
Oh, I just want to add before we hear from Supervisor Haschek that I know that the cannabis department's been working, through extraordinary lengths to get these applications finished through the portal to get everything organized and ready to go. So I don't doubt that their capacity to take on more stuff is limited.
Haschek?
Yeah, just the concern was that, at the end of February, we were supposed to return them, either distribute the money or return it to the state. And we're just trying to find pathways to making sure that people can get this money. And so, certainly there's a capacity of the cannabis program and Elevate, but we need to be working on these things. And I don't know what the timeline has to be. I don't know if the money's going to go back to the state or what, but.
So as chair, I have an idea. We're so far off supervisors reports now. I think we should probably curtail this discussion. The ad hoc could work with the cannabis department head on the agenda summaries and the language. When it's ready, you go to the clerk of the board and ask to poll for supervisors availability. Maybe there's a slot sooner than the 28th and we can call a special meeting. Or maybe you decide, you get to the 20th and you decide you can wait a week, but you don't need to decide now. What you need to work on first is having documents ready to share with us.
I like that idea because I don't think we're prepared.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. Kristen, you're good with that?
I am good with that, and I appreciate that. Thank you. And I think even if we were prepared for the 8th, implementing those changes for this equity cycle it's not realistic just in that timeline alone. So I think we can, I look forward to having a little more time. And thank you for that.
Okay, with that, I think we're ready to adjourn at 3:58. Thanks, everyone.